Try ya! Everyone, welcome on in. We have the sound, we have me, and we don't have a game. I need to apologize to you, but today I decided, out of the blue, to browse mods for my next Morrowind install, and I don't want to stop, basically. I've gone through the first 120 pages of the Nexus. I've selected, so far, 400 mods. It's very promising, right? And after that, I really want to take a good look at the Morrowind modding history. Now, I do use a good number of mods from the Morrowind modding history, but typically they are mods like I know they exist. No, it's the next permadeath. So I want a global Swiss Army knife install. The next themed one is going to be the Indiana Jones, and I have a pretty good idea of the mods I want there. This one is permadeath, and I mean, okay, it's an awful lot of mods. But if I put them, you go away. If I actually order them by, mod category, you will see that there's, some new armor and some new... Then the audio, that's things, like the shopkeepers saying, thank you, come again, that sort of things. Quite a few things for character creation, because that's super important. Quite a few companions right now. And then places to explore, skills improved with gameplay. All of that is gameplay. Lots of loot. Magic is essentially gameplay. Why do you say miscellaneous? I guess OAAB integration is miscellaneous. A few homes.
Not even death can save you from
Hey Skink, welcome back. And Rumhin, I want to say rum rims. That's how I'm gonna say it. If it's too bad, tell me, okay? It's just, I don't know what, my brain is trying to read that more like in Slovak, where you would go rims. But it's a lot easier to say in English. Rum rims. Just tell me, okay? I'll go with whatever you say and then try to not forget about it. And then quest. A few replaces, but I promise you, I am installing Atlas. I am installing... Which one is perfect? Both. Optimization, like mesh optimizations, and then things for vanity mod, essentially body, face, hair, armor, and clothing. That's almost the only thing that I'm replacing. I promise. And then making the place look beautiful. So yeah, we're at 408. Obviously, once I start installing them, it's quite likely that I'm going to, I'll be taking a look in the construction set, and I might decide that it is Slovak. But we'll do it with Silent H on Twitch. Oh, but like, seriously? Is it like really?
What is Lord?
Rum rims, because I want to, I was trying to go rum rims, trying to roll the R and pronounce the H, but somehow my instinct was correct. Wow, I'm very impressed with myself. Very impressed with myself. Right, I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at the next mods. That's how it is. Now, oh, you are Ukrainian, but it's the same sort of pronunciation. Okay, I'm there. Still, pretty proud with my instincts. Now, because I've already gone through, I've ordered the mods by last updated, so really now the second half is where they are fewer mods. The whole nickname things is lost in translation. I not good enough to actually get, you know, what was behind it. What was I saying? Yes, now that's the mods that were published in 2017 or uploaded in 19. Okay, so these are quite recent still. Now that's a bit. I'd like to have. Is that readable for you guys, or is this just too small anyway? I guess I should switch things around so you can see things a bit better. My instincts are on point. That's what 15 years in Slovakia would do to me, I guess. All right. And I'm trying to be careful to not just go to the mods that I've already downloaded and therefore already played. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Basic level Magicka, background script that will increase. Okay, we have things with MWSC that actually do better than that. So we're going to leave it. Oh, the reason why I'm looking at mods again is because in January I started a fresh install and I got my replacers in, and I got my races and my Cargen mod and then my creature mods, and then I had to put my NPC mods, and I looked at Outlaws and Starfire and I was like, And so basically any work I was doing on installing Morrowind stopped so that I could do Friends and Foes. And since then I haven't been, you know, taking care of my installs, which is bad. As to the game, a Dwarven and Dwemer Katana, we can take a look at it. Armorer Dismantling Tool. Now that looks interesting, and I know that Racer Plume's code is still feels a little small. There we go, 4 in the line. I know that Racer Plume's code is clean, not because I looked at it and as a supreme master coder I was like, that's good stuff, but because Merlord approved of it, so by proxy. However, I want to install Morrowind crafting, and we will look at it. This looks like you can, it's a way to train your armorer. Actually, I like that, adding it. Extended Mark and Recall, that is a mod that I use. For example, I'm using it right now in my Geo playthrough, but only because my Geo playthrough is the 4NM install that doesn't have Magicka expanded. Therefore, I don't have the mod I would normally use to recall my companions. So when I use 4NM, that's definitely one that I use to recall my companions. Easy, hey! You spend too much time playing, it's time to come back to Morrowind players' roots and spend more time installing mods than playing. It's not even that. It's not even that. I've spent too much time modding, and so I haven't been installing mods. And I have been playing, obviously, but I've been playing an install that I know, I feel is outdated, and as stupid as it sounds, it's not enjoyable to play on a non-perfect install. you know the feeling, right? So yeah, so that's a good mod. I definitely recommend it, unless you're using Operator Jack, Magicka Expanded, and the whole suite of mods that come with it. Unique lore-friendly cave rats. It changes the description of cave rats. I have modded the creatures just a little bit. You know the feeling, right? So maybe the Covetous House of Summons. If I'm not mistaken, this modder does things that are quite oriented. Open Morrowind, or was it Rebirth? I think his base install, I'm saying his because master, is Morrowind Rebirth, and the few mods that I looked at didn't work with my install, so we'll leave it there. No faction skill requirement. I have a mod I've been working on and I will finish for the May modathon that overhauls the Mages Guild, Thieves Guild and Fighters Guild, and it does a couple of things. The first one is it overhauls the requirements not only to get a higher rank, but also to get the quests. In addition to that, depending on your rank, to make it more rewarding, when you actually get to higher ranks, the chest, the supply chest, has higher version of the potions or the tools that it has at the beginning. And I think when you level up, you also get information about the trainers that you now have access to, and a couple of times you get to pick a particular reward. So that's something that I'm hoping to push in May. I've already done Mages Guild and Fighters Guild. I still need to do the Thieves Guild, but because that's a mod that I was working on more than a year ago, basically to get back into it and remember what I did, how I did it, why I did it that way, and what I intended to do next. But I will finish it. So anyway, I want a mod that basically does the exact opposite. So no. These I believe are unfinished. Oh, I didn't realize that Stripes had this mod. Adds a scripted spell to transform into a leech with resistance and magical buff. We'll take a look. Temple bathhouses. Actually, I like this one. And I did use it once upon a time when I had stinkers installed. What the heck are those shoes on screen? Oh, that. That was like, I'm looking at it. Children of Radiation, hello. Oh, sanctity. Did I say sanity? That's just me. Okay, let's take a look. I'm pretty sure this is unfinished. Ah, but hang on, that was a madness mod. And they did two. We'll take a look. Then we have the Triphebian shoes. A mod by Eddie. Okay, I'm curious. We'll take a look. I'm not sure I want to use it, just based on, you know, the way it looks. Middle-earth challenge. I really want to redo a Middle-earth challenge at some point, but we have to finish Geoop. Then I want to do the Indiana Jones challenge. Sorry, I felt it coming. But yeah, that was a fun one. That doesn't look like an actual mod. Pete's minor mod, no. Alright. Let's see what we got. The weapons. I've actually added a few new weaponry places. Hey Telesia. Yeah, no, I don't feel like adding those. It's not that they're bad, not at all, but with Helova, and I've been looking at it a lot recently, it adds, like, it completes the Dwemer or the Dwarven weapon set. So, no. Okay, this one. I'm quite curious. If it does not conflict or overlap with Morrowind crafting, then I would definitely want that. Should not conflict with anything at all. In his yurt at the Ashlander Zainab camp, Ababel Timsar Dadison will sell you an armorer dismantling tool which dismantles, i.e. damages weapons and armor that you have equipped, making it easier for you to train up your notoriously stubborn armorer. Oh, I see. I thought it would conflict with Morrowind crafting, because Morrowind crafting, when you have a weapon or a piece of armor, you can actually break it up to get pieces of scrap metal. So I thought it was something like that, but not at all. It's something, a tool that you use to damage your to damage your weapons and armor so that you may repair it again. It's clever, and it's a lore-friendly way to help you train your armorer. I don't think I need it because we are using Merlord's realistic repairs. It doesn't show there. Maybe it will here. No, it's the older version. It's the older video. But with the new video, you can actually choose when you loot the weapons and the armor from the enemies. They are... There we go. There it is. You can actually choose how damaged the equipment you get from enemies is. Which means that basically when you get some loot from enemies, it's in bad condition and you need to repair it. So it's already damaged. I don't need to do anything at all for that. So my rats, it actually changes their texture. So the rusty rat is brownish, and the not rusty is grayish and smaller. I mean, we do have now the possibility to have many plugins. Normally, I would just like a plugin that does just a tiny little thing that I don't feel is extremely important. Yeah, normally I would just not take it, but now it says now, most importantly, does it say when you see the rat, does it say this is a rust rat and this is a cave rat? Or are they both called rats, but one is slightly bigger than the other? Anyone's tried that or used that before? Yes. And I'm also curious. There's something similar for the Nyx hounds. Okay, these are the various textures. The Nyx hound describes a rangy blah 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 blah. Yeah, like I don't normally when it does a little thing like that, and it's so ingrained in me that I shouldn't waste my ESP slots. I don't know, that doesn't feel essential, and I have to think like we can have so many plugins now, but the biggest problem is really memory. So I would turn into a leech. So it's a scripted spell like the classic scripted spells. That was the name. That would give you the ability to turn into all kinds of creatures. You could be a bat. Am I imagining it that? But you could shapeshift into all kinds of creature. Ah, okay. I'm not going to take it because knowing myself, I just won't remember that I can't use that or shouldn't use that as an Argonian or a Khajiit. It was the Modding Madness. So we have a huge castle, we join the Order of Sanctity, we travel around. For some reason, I didn't think that mod was complete. No change log, so it's kind of hard to tell. This is a floating rock, that's okay. Now I'm simping. can't wait until this is fleshed out. And for my permadeath install, I really don't want to install incomplete mods. It definitely looks gorgeous, but we know that Tel Shadow can build amazing stuff. Ah, thank you, Prof. So my memory was correct. So what is this? I'm not sure what it does. Like the description. Have you ever felt like you needed to hire a caddy to lug your golf bag full of the equipment necessary to fully explore Vvardenfell? Well, Galil Rothan in the Terni Council House has got your back. I still don't know what it does. From the depths of the Sea of Ghosts to the summit of Red Mountain, this amazing, ordinary-looking fortware will take you there. I did this just to learn to script. It's not meant to be balanced or even necessarily useful. Sorry. You never. No shoes, no service, so to speak. Anyway, with that said, I probably do find them quite convenient. They're probably a bit OP, but they're just shoes. But what do they do? Maybe I'm reading too fast. Okay. Okay, it's not just me. You're given the choice to run, jump, or levitate, or swim when you equip them. Ah, now I get the name. The Triphebian shoes, because you can do all kinds of things with them. Interesting. So either it gives you speed or jump and slow fall. No levitate. I know it says that they ain't cheap, so to get them you just need money, which is a bit difficult for my character to get money, although things might be a little easier with the next install. You know, normally I go for Heart Trade, Heart Trader, as well as Abbott's Smart Trade on top. This time I'm only going to go with Abbott's mod and tweak the settings to make it still, you know, challenging, but not overly challenging. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of money. Now, if there was a quest to get that, you know, that could be fun. Not for permadeath. My Middle-earth challenge. We did it. We did the challenge as Gandalf. That's what we did once. And I lost Fargoth / Frodo. No, Bilbo. Frodo / Frodo. But at some point we'll make a new challenge. When there is time. And there never is. Running Hills is this Jurassic World. Actually, I do normally use my Heals mod. The one, it was Onion that asked for it. And then I made the Heals mod. And I actually use it. And I know it's just not practical, but what the heck. But that's just the way it is. No. Oh, that, I see that. I actually downloaded all of these mods bundled into one. And they give you all kinds of alternative ways to complete the Fighters Guild quest. So I'm looking forward to that. And I really hope, because it's a lot of dialogue, I really hope that there's not going to be any sort of major conflict with it. Because I would be quite sad. Rotterdam, hello. Boom. You dropped your hello. I hope you're good, Rotterdam. Only androids can run in heels. Everyone know that. Yes, it's actually part of their coding. That's why they can do it. Benzami expanded. I thought I did that. I thought I played that one. Isn't that the one that added the cliff racers? Valley Girl, Nerevarine, Beauty Scrolls. I've been using that, where you can see I've been using that for the longest time, but I've already installed OAAB that has a scroll replacer, and I think it comes with its own icon, so I'll test that first and then go back to beauty scrolls if needed. Valley Girl Nerevarine is essential, is it? I don't even know. What does it mean to speak like a Valley Girl? Is there an example? An interesting response. You might have been willing to join me, but never to surrender the tools. Very interesting. Oh, I see. It's down there. Yeah, dude. Totally. Dude, I'm just trying to behave. Because of the Emperor. No, jeez. The tools are mine. Okay. Yeah. Not essential. It sounds fun for 5 minutes, but I'm guessing it's something that gets a little not fun after a while. Dude. If you want, my next character can say dude to everyone. For 5 minutes until I completely forget about it. Indie Bank. I know Indie Bank is a classic and it's been updated recently. The reason why I stopped using it is because, actually I don't have the game. The reason why I stopped using it is because it had a number of issues with compatibility, which is why I was not using it. And I don't remember what I was using instead. Wealth Beyond Measure. Oriental ebony weapons to the games. We have ebony daikatana, katana, wakizashi, and tendo. I'm reasonably certain that Helova has some of those, probably not as beautiful. Let's not kid ourselves. Helova weapons and armor, there's lots of them. Some of them are pretty cool. A lot of them do feel dated. Still using them though. Creatable storage adds an item that can spawn creature that are okay. No, that's I mean, it's a good hack. It's a good hack, but we do have better options now, like summon a bag of holding, that sort of things. Jabasha Rare Books expanded, adding more books. So I'm guessing if that doesn't change, you know, the layout of the shop, it simply adds plenty of books. No one is above the law. Go to jail patch. Oh yes, No One is Above the Law is a mod by, I want to say Red Furry Demon. I could be wrong. And it's the one basically when you are arrested and you have to return all your stolen artifact or items, they also confiscate illegal items, which I had for the longest time, but then I stopped using. However, Go to Jail, I want to keep that. Yes, that's a good one. That was good resources, both of them. That's multiplayer. That is made using those. This as well. I am not retexturing too many things. I'm trying not to, okay? Even though I said I am not going to change anything with the textures, just, you know, optimizing, but that's it. I've already installed, I've already selected, it's somewhere in there. Races are more fun, but at the same time it is a classic and I've used it so many times, so who knows? We'll take a look. If we like it, then maybe. But no, definitely not. Better enchantments I do like. I really like it. It makes, you know, all those puny rings. Hey Variel, welcome on in. It makes all those puny rings that fortifies your health by 10 points for 30 seconds. And I'm like, what do you want me to do with that? When do you want me to take the time to go to cast a spell? It's gonna take me 3 seconds, and by the time I do it, I'll be dead. So I really like better enchantments. A lot of those minor, useless enchantments become constant ones. And so you have a ring that fortifies health for 10 points and it's permanent. And I don't find that OP. It means that I'm from the beginning, I can use those very cheap rings, and then later on when I get, you know, my artifacts, I can swap them around. So definitely keeping this one. Realistic movement speed. I haven't had the courage to use this one. But this time, it makes them actually usable, absolutely. It's really good. It's really good. Like the Lifestone, I think it's Lifestone, plus 10 fortify health. When you're level 1 and you have 30 hit points because you're a squishy Breton or a puny Bosmo, 10 health is really nice. It's not OP, it just gives you a fighting chance. How about the vanilla cast on use trinkets that do hundreds of points of damage? But those are not modified. Better enchantment. Let me go through the whole page and then we'll look at each of them individually. Did I select this one already? Yes. Hellscape of Magic. A small endgame expansion for Morrowind taking place in La what? I don't know. Like the title, endgame, and takes place in the Bitter Coast, and then you'll love it. It makes me cautious. I could be wrong, obviously. This is all, you know, ideas that I have. I might be biased. Ghostgate travel. Fast travel route between Aldrin and Ghostgate in a lore-friendly manner. I'm guessing it's a Guar. I'm not sure I would want that. Enchant value reduces. I already have something that balances the enchantment on items, so we'll leave it at that. How about of course you probably have something in your load order that changes that. Probably Soccer Cat. Hey, welcome back. Arrows of Slaying. The arrows of Slaying, they come with the particle arrow add-on, I think. So that now Maria Overhaul. Didn't Remiros make a newer version of that? I'll open it and check. Alright, Ben Sammy, are you with clip racers? Small overhauls and expand Ben Sammy is a standard mod, but it takes into account the changes. Okay, which I recommend. I won't finish this mod. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. And JSP25 is still, you know, active. So it's a bit sad that he's decided to abandon. But hard roll, we're not taking unfinished mods. I think Morrowind anti-cheese, I would say so, yes. And I definitely have Morrowind anti-cheese already selected somewhere in there, for sure. So instead of Indie Bag, I think it was Wealth Beyond, there we go, Wealth Within Measure. That is the one that I was using instead. I mean, rather it's the one that I installed on my permadeath install, but that frankly I never had any use for because, well, let's face it, I never have more than 2,000 septims on me. So adds bankers to the vaults, you can deposit money, you get interest, or you know, if we roleplay Hlalu, for example, I could see us putting as much money as we can to, you know, invest and become, well, rich without doing anything. That sounds really good. Interesting. You can actually invest. I have to take it again. Do I download straight away? Yes, I'll download straight away because otherwise I will forget. It is for the next permadeath, yes. Prof was faster than me. And this is a gameplay mod. As I'm downloading the mods, I am trying to add a prefix to all of them. That way, when I go in Rymash to install them, I can take all the replacer mods first, and then, you know, that way it makes it a little easier to install them and to keep track of what I'm doing. So I've added a prefix to, well, all of them. You've been downloaded, thank you very much. Oriental ebony weapons. Oh, they look sexy. They really do look good. Yeah. I'm taking it. They look so... what's the word? Not sophisticated. And this is new gear, and it is new weapon. And I also need to keep track down here. See that I put that in gameplay. Hey! Oh, Escobar! I am so glad to find you here. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Gameplay, quick before I forget. And this is gear weapon. Yeah, I was gonna try to PM you.
Did you want to?
Yeah, sure. What is that? Gear weapon. I was wondering if you had made more changes to the Balmora Clothier mod, because I have re-downloaded it, and I want to move it so that it's compatible with other mods. But then you did tweak a number of things, so I don't know. Do you think you would mind sharing your tweaks with me? That would be really nice, especially I think you tweaked the value of things. Thank you. And I got chocolate. Anyway, yes, if you don't mind, that would be really sweet, and if you do, that's alright. Okay, we now have sexy ebony weapons. So what does that do? This is the after, before. It certainly makes those bookshelves look really, really filled with everything. So I kind of like that. Because let's face it, like Jobasha doesn't really have that many rare books. It's just there's a couple of times where you're told to look for rare books and that's where you go. But other than that, it's not like he is a particularly better bookseller than the others. Yeah, that's good. That's brilliant. Just PM me the link on Twitch, on Discord, whichever is more convenient. Thank you. So I like the fact that there are more books. I don't know that there are more different books, but maybe just more multiple copies of the same book. And I'm trying to remember, where's that first bookshelf? I think on top of this one there's the Pimp My Shrine book. So I'm not going to install that because chances are it is going to conflict with Pimp My Shrine. Hi Crow, hello, welcome on in. We're doing some mod shopping. I mean, not shopping because mods are free and that's how we like them. Yet another... Okay, so this one I'm quite curious about because I've been using Races Are More Fun for the longest time ever. It's either vanilla or Races Are More Fun, so... Okay, that's where we're at. Argonians. Resist disease, poison, and swim. Okay, that sounds vanilla. Weakness to frost. That might be new, and that makes sense. Like if we are cold-blooded, reptilian... Though I never know with the Argonians. Are we like cold-blooded lizards, or are we amphibian frogs? What are we? A bit of both, I guess. It's quite like shopping, maybe better, no buyer's remorse. Yeah, exactly. There's always, not so much the buyer's remorse, but the buyer's hesitation, like, maybe I should have taken that other mod that did exactly the same thing with just a little difference. And then you go back and you try them, and then you forget which is which. And then you end up not playing the mod even though you've installed it. That sort of things. Here's blood once a day. I like that. I like that. But do we have an answer on the Argonians? Do you see them as lizard reptilian? In which case the weakness to frost makes sense, because we would be cold-blooded creatures. Or are we more like frogs? We don't like frogs, but you know the amphibian part of it? Cold-blooded amphibious lizard. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. It makes sense. Yep, should have bought that Melchior or Merlord mod. I'm pretty sure I have most of their mods. Not all of them. It's not like I download anything they do blindly. They are cold-blooded. So lizard, but also amphibian. They're amphibian lizards. You had it right in the first place. Hanging in there. Oof. Oof. We want to do better than hanging in there. Okay, Argonian I like. Dunmer, Ashbourne, we resist fire, we resist blight. Ooh, I like that. I like that because, you know, the blight that we can catch. Actually, there's already a good number of mods that reintroduce the blight mechanics. I remembered half. Blight restored, I think. A little bit of magicka extra, why not? Once a day you can turn undead, you get sanctuary, you detect keys. Sure. I feel the detect key is maybe a little bit out of place. Sound 5 to 50, because while you're like attuned to your ancestral to get their guidance, you can't really concentrate on casting a spell. I can go along with that. And a weakness to magicka, wow, anywhere between 1 and 100. But then again, the sanctuary 10 to 75. If you're fighting a mage, you don't want to use that, but if you're fighting a warrior, that really could save your life. It's like you become a bit ghost-like yourself. I don't know. It will always get better. It's like the rain, doesn't it? It comes and goes. But it's better when it goes away quickly. Let's just say that. I ordered a new battery for my battery back USB and finally received it. Immediately proceeded to blow it up. Okay, Dunmer, not bad. I'm not entirely sure. But why not? Why not? Khajiit. You have your jump, you have your fortified fatigue, and your sanctuary, which accounts for your cat's agility and making you hard to hit. And Night Eye. However, it doesn't say once a day, so I'm guessing this one is pretty much at will. Why not? Why not? Bosmer, Nature's Grace. So now think of Fargoth, who's naturally graceful, resist diseases, that is nice, fortify attack. Why not? Echo of the Wild Hunt. For 15 seconds though. So for 15 seconds you become really unpleasant to be with. Your fatigue is quite a big hit. However, it looks like this is at will as well. They do look interesting. They do look interesting because it's like it's risky to use them. Like, it could possibly save your life to use these powers, but it also could kill you. Yes, a permanent resist disease buff. Except it's a painful one. You gotta suffer first. Luckily, my sister usually gifts us for Easter, so I had enough scrap together for a brand new one. Okay. Be stung once a day. Imperial, Star of the West. 20 points of feather, why not? And this is like vanilla. I'm guessing the inspired is a little less, sorry, the Imperials is a little less inspired, is what I want to say. Drain fatigued and then I slow at least it looks like it. I mean, seriously guys, I've been through a little under half of the Nexus and I am at 410 mods. And I like this one. I think resist frost, resist shock. Ha! Ah! That is a problem because I like to use shock spells over any other element because no one resists it apart from the Storm Atronach. Weakness to fire, weakness to magicka, 35? Ouch. Thunder Fist, restore your strength, fortify your strength. Yeah, that's fine. That's a nice one. I don't know. Do the Red Guard have natural resistance to poison in vanilla? I've been modding my game so much I can't even tell. Stats. They do resist. Oh, wow. What am I looking at? I'm looking at the Red Guard. Red Guards have such high resistance to poison and disease. Isn't that OP? I mean, I know the Red Guard is typically the race that is recommended for first-time players, but now I see why. Like, adrenaline is super cool, for sure. Once a day, you're just going to blitz through any enemy. Maybe not dinosaur, but the resist poison and resist disease is completely OP in my opinion, which makes this. Oh no! Oh no! Man, that makes sense. I don't know. It is interesting that there's definitely disadvantages to every race. They do. I just looked it up. And massive. Would you look at that? Resist common disease 75. Resist poison 75. That's generous, right? Your hair and everything looks nice, thank you. Seem refreshed. Well, he's been making a game for the last 48 hours, so nothing. He did nothing. I've been feeding him waffles and cake. I guess that's the secret. Take care of your boyfriend, and it's gonna make you feel satisfied, fulfilled. That's the one. There are no disadvantages in Argonian. Well, Argonian looked really good, right? Yes, he's doing the Ludum Dare, the game jam Ludum Dare. Argonian, there's a little weakness to frost, which I think is fair. But if you compare that to things like this, things like that, that's a little ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, as a Nork, you resist magic, you have extra health and feather, makes sense. And then you have your Berserk. Honestly, Berserk is something that I never use unless you're really desperate. Because Blind anywhere between 120 and 300. So you could be completely blind and then some, or triple blind, depending on how lucky you are. That feels a little strong. Like, you know you'll be blind. You'll have terrible personality, why not? Man, it started out so well. And now I don't like the orc as much. I don't like the red guard as much. Bretons, they have their magicka, they resist magicka. Spell absorption, I think that might be new as well. Can restore your magicka, but it will tire you out. That's fine. I think that's fine. The blind has to compensate for the resist magicka, sure. But as a player, like, if it was me controlling the game, I won't be able to control my character because of the blind effect. You know, if it was just that I see what's happening, but my character is blind and misses all the time, sure, why not? So for me, it's a little too much. I would never use it like that, even if I'm desperate. Does it come with a free walking stick to feel your way through the battle? A dog? Hey, if you get a pet dog, maybe. Maybe. Altmers. You resist paralysis and diseases, fair enough. You have plenty of magicka, that's nice. You have all your elemental weaknesses, as usual. You can cast this spell on yourself, restore your intelligence and willpower and fortify magicka and detect enchantments. That feels quite nice. Oh, of course, thank you. It takes two of you to explain it to me. Because that's right. Because you get a resist magicka, but since they are applied at the same time. Oh, but you get that. I see. So the blind is anywhere between 50 points and 150. Unless you might have some other resistance. True. Even then, isn't that a bit punishing? I'm not sure how it's calculated exactly. Warrior strength, so there's 10 extra points there. The mage is not entirely different. The thief is about the same. The lady loses her personality. What is an odd choice. If really I was to reduce, like, debuff or nerf the lady, I would remove the endurance. There's no reason. I mean, okay, it's not true. History, like, in terms of biology, women tend to be more resistant, if that's the way we look at endurance, like long term. But it's a race, and then see who can run the longest. Then I'm not sure the lady would be the one with a higher endurance. Depends how we understand it. The steed is nice. The birth signs don't feel entirely different. I think it's more tweaking the values rather than changing what they do. The lover has a personality. If the mod author tested it and indeed the effective results is, say, a more reasonable 50 to 100 or whatever, then sure. But I guess it's more like 50, 150, I think. Which means it is intended as you usually get fully blinded, but you have a chance to get lucky and not be. Yes. Indeed, I didn't... my brain did not compute that with a 50% resistance magicka. From the get-go, the effect is lowered. I don't know, I'm on the fence. On the one hand, I'd like to give it a try. because I've always used races are more fun. On the other hand, I feel that for a permadeath, some of those things might be a little too punishing because it relies a lot on luck, as you say. To be able to benefit fully from a lot of the powers, you need to be lucky. And I don't feel that relying on luck in a permadeath run is a good idea. Orc resist is double from vanilla. There is no way to overcome a blind applied at character creation, is there? As in taking a Mamora as your god? I don't think you can. No, I don't think you can. No. Which is why when I mean, the only thing you can do is cast exponentially higher light spell around you. Like blind is counter balanced with light. So I suppose if you put a little enchantment 500 light on a ring, actually if you did that, you could see, but realistically everyone around you should just go like that, and then you can just, you know, kill them and be good. So light would be how you make sure you can see something. I'm not gonna use it for permadeath, but for a different run, I think I want to give it a try. But permadeath, because it relies really too much on luck, like something like that. You could be completely at the mercy of anyone casting a little fireball with 100% weakness to magicka, or you could be fine. Who knows? Picking mods like this with a lot of effects is often tough because you may even like most of the effect but really dislike some of them. Yeah, obviously. And you know, it could be that if we took the time to look at races are more fun. I haven't looked at the description in years. Like, you know, the mod came out and I was like, yeah, that's cool, I like that, and I used it. Maybe I would be hesitant to use it now as well. By the Divine, yes, I have added it already. I'm not sure it's going to show because, yes, it's there. I do have it. We'll see how it is. I'm a little, I mean, I can bring it up. I like the fact, obviously, you know, character creation, customize your character, have a mod that lets you decide on something about your character. I absolutely love it. But each of those, they give you powers without giving you something bad. So it's free powers essentially. So we'll see how it is. I don't think that every permadeath character is going to pick one in particular, and if we do, then we'll have to be extra careful to say if we pick Sanguine, then we're not going to do any quest for any other Daedric prince, like something like that, to try and balance it out. Orke, which is RK for... Is that the Khajiit Pantheon? Because it is RK for sure. Anyhow, so yes, I have it installed, but I haven't tested it on permadeath to see if it's too generous or not. We'll see how it is. Weakness to magicka actually doesn't increase fire damage, right? Somewhat unintuitive like that. Yeah, so weakness to magicka is going to make you more likely to specific spell effect. I think the description for resistance to magicka... There you go. So it's not going to help you resist fireball damage. For that you have resist fire or fire shield, but it is going to reduce this effect, including blind. I want to use the oven. Come can't go take the bread out of the oven. It will burn. Exactly. So it is limited effect. You could think that it means your fireball is going to burn you twice as much, but that's not the case. There we go. That. So not this time, Yarbo, but one of those installs, I'll definitely give it a try. Better enchantments. This one I know I want it, so add to my mod list. Install. It's already endorsed. Yeah, slow download. That's fine. And this, I put that as a loot mod because I know it's gonna have to be tweaked to work with Stripes mod that adds enchanted items. Now let's see if I can description. That is true. I do find it quite balanced, really, for all those useless enchanted items we talked about. That is actually quite good. You know, you can get a Tento. Is it a Fiend Tento that you can get quite cheap from Ravir? Well, now you can still get it, but it's not going to give you a Daedric short sword just like that. So I recommend that one. I do like it. Realistic movement. Gotta be strong. I gotta be strong. Now, the reason why I'm finally giving this one a go, like, the thing is, I like to backpedal. I backpedal a lot. Especially if I have a spear, then I just like to go backwards and jab, jab, jab. Which is not very realistic. You shouldn't do that in a fight. But because NPCs are also influenced by that, and I absolutely hate when you try to reach an archer that stun locks you with the arrows and they go further and further away from you. So I'm doing this. I'll just have to get used to not backpedal when fighting. That's not how you do. You turn around, you run a bit, and then you turn again, ready to face your enemy. I'm gonna put that as a gameplay mod. There. Maybe not. Maybe not. I didn't ask him when we did the showcase. So that adds a guar, a pack guar, and an NPC. I'm worried about compatibility with our Ghost Fence, which I absolutely want to use, and then compatibility with Beautiful Cities of Morrowind, because I don't see where... Oh, no, hang on. This is the Ghost Gate. This is Outrun. Where are we? This is the Mages Guild. Fighters Guild, Tower. I'm guessing the Silt Strider is right behind us. Do we give that a go? No. Okay. No, I'm not going to take it. Not because it looks bad or anything, it looks just fine. The reason why I am not installing it is because I've already taken the Beacon of Scent Realms, which I really like. And if there's a quick travel between Aldrin and Ghostgate, then, you know, what's the point of having a place at the half mark between Ghostgate and Aldrin for travelers if there's a fast travel service? So I'm not installing it because it makes this mod completely redundant or useless. Mawaya Overhaul by Remiros. Okay. That... I know that he 104, including mods for Skyrim. Traitor. So he's redone the Ashen Divide and the Tombs and Towers, but apparently My wire overhaul has not been redone with OAAB assets. So we could include it. Definitely. Do you guys use the tweaked version of more pointy Red Mountain? I'd love to look, but I'm afraid it will fight. Oh. It could have been. Like, what am I doing? Because the Urshilaku has definitely been included in that. We have the tunes, we have my way. Yes, thank you, Prof. Indeed. Okay, so I've already got this one in. So we're good. Third page. To be honest, it goes a little faster when it's just me because I go click, 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 click. But this is good, especially when like information like that I completely miss. No. Do we want the nymph race? I like to have as many interesting races as possible in my game, but I don't know, like nymph to me really feels quite far from the Elder Scrolls lore. And I'm not, you know, a purist or a lore beard at all. But we'll see what they look like. Like, you know, I have Wesley's, the Karen, like the fish-like. And I can go along with that because we do have sea elves. So even though they look a bit different than the sea elves as we see them in other Elder Scrolls games, I can go along with it. There are nymphs in Daggerfall, very true, and you could talk to them. There was a language. Okay. No, mostly because I am not installing Darknet Greater Dwemer Ruins in a permadeath. That is just nuts. Just nuts. That's not so important that I need an ESP for it. I did like the ecology mod. I did like it. And why did I stop using it? It's because once upon a time I was watching Abbott play and I asked him if he used it and he said no, because he felt that that would actually impact the FPS. And I was like, ooh, I didn't think about that. And because, you know, the word of Abbott, at least when it comes to Morrowind, is way, way, way up there. That's why I removed it. But it was nice. I liked it. We'll look at the description and maybe, maybe that will help. A new dungeon, the Dwemer Observing Station underwater in lake. That looks interesting. And like, that's an older mod by Necro, but his stuff is always really good. Level up, burst sign remover. No, the role there were changes the introduction. I never look at it anymore. What's wrong with me? This one is yet another mod that is exactly the sort of mod I would say, yes, that makes sense, I want it. And I don't have it, or I didn't have it in my permadeath, only because my greatest, like, what would happen, I'm sure, is I would walk in town with my summons in tow, not because I want to defy the law or anything, but just because I would forget that I'm not supposed to. And then the guard would attack me and I'd be dead and I'd lose my character. Not because the game was difficult, not because I didn't play well, just because I was absent-minded. And yeah, so I don't know. Do you think I should try to remember and not have summons in town? It does make sense. Don't walk in town with a skeleton behind you. Okay, all right. Chrysopia for sure. Not Clairvoyant Nerevarine is really good. Except it does have a hard time remembering the names of companions, which is a bit awkward. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you put it in my links. Perfect. That's fine. Me, necromancer? No, that's a skeleton? Not mine. It's following me, like, I don't know why. I must remind him of an ancestor or something. Yeah. Not Clairvoyant Nerevarine, I actually prefer Sphinx mod. So I will use Sphinx mod that does the same thing. Not to the potions, and for the Indiana Jones run, it's gonna be great. Because there's gonna be Tamriel rebuilt, which I don't know very well. NPCs won't have a name. Cells won't have a name until I discover them. It will be great, but for permadeath, no. Ooh, and that was a page. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at those nymphs. Are they pretty much Bosmer ladies, in fact? They're Bosmer. Essentially. Or Breton. So it's a race that has mixed assets from the Bosmer and the Breton. Let's go look at the original mod. Oh, the original mod doesn't have screenshots. Prof, you might remember, do you think that this mod has ever been showcased by Deg? Is it in the index? No. Abbott has a different list, right? There's the index, there we go. Morrowind modding showcases. No, that's not what I wanted. Abbott also has a list that links to the showcases if the mod has been showcased. Hey David, welcome on in. Look at that. Cappuccino right there. Bear, wolf, scam. Yeah, true. We'll read the description. If it's any and every summon, then maybe I won't take it. If it's only undead and Daedra, then I'll keep it. Nymphs. And also, I know Abbott's Morrowind. No, that's his videos, which I strongly encourage you to go and watch. Especially Morrowind modding. It's like so many things to learn, but that's not what I want. Like, he has a list of all the mods that have been showcased by Deg. To be fair, among the vanilla summon set, it probably makes sense. That's the same thing. Yeah. It makes sense to be attacked for all summons save like the two which are the expansion, the bear and the wolf, because those look like pets, right? We'll see what it says. But that's not what I... Oh, there. Okay. So this version actually doesn't have that. Do I not know how to spell nymph? Is that why? Where did I put my nymphs anyway? Oh, there is the original one. Can confirm my pet bear is a very nice one. Good. Good. We have more screenshots. Yeah, the faces. I mean, they're pretty faces, but at the same time, those are faces that I associate with the Breton, and that's the Breton face, Ren's faces. So I don't know, it doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like a race mod. Imps, okay, I'm spelling it right. But that has not been showcased, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't look like it's been showcased, and it doesn't look like I would want to use it. Mostly because it doesn't feel like a unique race, more like something put together. So that's a no for me. I've said. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. Even pets, really. Think of the hygiene. So yes, this mod did two things. The first one, it would add little ones, basically, like families of creatures, which is good, but Pirate Lord's Creatures does that. And Random Pal, in his merge of Pirate Lord's Creatures with Archimestro and Tyrus's Undead and a few more other assets, he's kept the baby Guar and the baby Nyx Hound. So it's already in Random Pal's Creatures. I really like the fact that sometimes a creature is going to spawn whatever they like to kill, right? I like that. That's in fact the feature that I like the most. And I would not install the fish add-on, and maybe not the addition to the Ashlander camps. Alright, not installing it, again, not because it's a bad mod, but because I feel it does a lot of things that are already in other creature mods, so I would use one or the other, but not both. So that's a no for this one. Now, Necro made a dungeon. I'm taking this one. I don't know it, and I don't want to look at it, I want to be surprised. We'll see how it goes. Would a winged Twilight be tolerated while a Daedra of Merendagen? No, maybe you could get away with a Seducer. Unless, of course, the publican is a lady and they're not going to appreciate it. Okay. This mod makes it so that performing a summoning spell is illegal. If you cast a spell with 8 summoning effects, you will get a bounty, okay. However, like with other crime, it's possible to cast a summoning spell and not get caught. Doesn't seem to make the difference between different sorts of summoning spells. However, you can waitlist NPCs. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. You can actually waitlist a magic effect, so we could, I don't know, hey Becca, hey, we could decide that our wolf summoning, though it's a power, so I don't think it would count, but like we could say that summoning a wolf is actually okay. We could say that summoning a scrib is definitely okay. I am taking it. That's right. Add it to my mod list and downloading it. If you have summons when you're walking down, you should be fine. Yes, apparently it's the casting. So if you have a skeleton in tow, they don't know if it's yours or not. You see, that's exactly the way it is. But if you summon it, then it becomes obvious that you are a summoner. And again, I would only keep Daedra and undead summons. Any other sort of summon I think is fair game. That I definitely added. This is a lovely, lovely spell. It's not easy to get because you need to get to the Master Trainer of Alchemy. And then using the spell, it's not OP at all because you don't get the full value of the item, obviously, and whatever value you get, you pay for it in blood. So it basically, it is balanced because it goes with your character. So definitely keeping that one. Definitely. Maybe it's the companion you left town with previously and just a set of circumstances leading to a change. You can never tell. No, that's the thing, right? And this is magic. Woohoo! And just like that, we've done another page. Skull Crusher redone. I am not taking it because for the artifacts I'm using the Symphony. Tweaked by Quertiquit HD weapons. And I, you know, all the weapons from the Symphony, they're like over the top. They're gorgeous and over the top. And I feel that it's just perfect for the artifacts. Ooh, another one for the races and the birth signs. Races are more fun is not saved yet. No, thank you. Holy Art, I've already got it. Brutal Hands. It's a very small quest mod. Focus on hand to hand. Interesting. Chemical Taint actually did a couple of interesting quest mods. We'll check that out. Revealing armor on vanilla bodies, no. Belladonna, unique and deadly. It's just too little for me to warrant downloading. Umbra the Companion. I don't want Umbra the Companion. I want Melchior's Umbra. New texture for the Khajiit. That's a pretty looking texture, I must say. One of the, like, Macom's faces for the Khajiits, they really, really look good. But they clash too much with the better bodies. This one looks good. Looks good. Return of the legendary Onjej. Return. It was summoned by the Old Maker. No. See, all of those, I think they are meant. I remember testing that on stream. It was good. It was good. You don't see a lot of sexy armor mod made for vanilla body. Yes, I mean, just look at the vanilla bodies in the first place, right? Do you really want revealing armor in that? Me, I say no. Add a spellcasting no target animation alive for all vanilla creatures that did not have it. I am going to get that. Because I did have a little problem with Paxson a long time ago and I haven't tested it again. I mean, some time ago. With Magicka Expanded, Light Enhanced, you know, where you have that orb of light floating, which is really cool. And when I tell Paxson, lights on, he gets sort of stuck in a casting animation, I think. Who knows, maybe that could fix it. I know. Enchanting 2. Enchanting mod again. I already have something that rebalances the enchant value of items. And it's a Lua mod. So it should work for every item. I think the casting patch has a crash error that was oh, that's a bummer. We'll read the description. Thank you for that. I believe this might be added to Immersive Moonhole now. Realistic healing and injuries. I did like this. And I think it was really good. It's just that I gave myself a number of scares where I get, like, I'll open it and we'll talk about it. Unique gods, and I'm fine. We already have half mod. replace, no, I said I'm going vanilla textures. It's been a while since I run with vanilla textures. Sure, more armor always, and Melchior's Silk Strider armor as well. See, there are fewer mods now. Yes, no, no. I really used to like Swiveler's textures, and some of them I still like actually. They do feel a little bit too vibrant, but I enjoyed having it. For which one was it? One of my previous installs I was lazy, so I put Swiveler's text. No, first I put IT, then I put Swiveler's textures, then I put Connery's textures, fairly confident that everything in the game would look better. And it did. Looks like a cheat mod. Already have that. Do I replace all the weapons? I mean, if you already have sexy bodies to begin with, wouldn't one think it'd be a waste of time to if you didn't have coloring that showed them off? That makes sense. A female warrior clad in heavy armor that shows her midriff merely exemplify how good she is. That makes sense. She can evade any of that. She's like, it's a taunt. Like, I'm so confident I can kill you without a scratch on my body, that I'm exposing my guts to help you, so you know where to target. You're welcome. Maybe that's the philosophy behind it. I don't know. No. Weapon sheathing, of course. Far from home. Now, I did like this one. The only problem is it added a house on Vivek Canton, I think. That was annoying. Everyone deserves to have Chaos's level of physique. True. Why is he the only one who's allowed to show off? I'm gonna turn the lights on. There we go. Yeah, there's another mod by Chemical Taint. I'm gonna take it. Let's go to 130. I absolutely adored Album X. We'll take a look. I'm not taking it because I have beautiful cities of Ravenfell of Morrowind, but I will finally see other than in the construction set. Are you elevating weapons and armor or adding other collection to those? That could be a factor in whether to replace the look of the vanilla stuff so it fits at the same level. Exactly. I am definitely adding Helva in my game. From the original Helva a couple of years ago, I already removed the... Obviously it's objective. Subjective. I already removed the armor that I thought were just too shiny or just recolor and not really interesting. Same thing for the weapons, the clone of artifacts with a different texture. All of that has been removed already. And then more recently with Konyatogen, we took another look at each of them and we cut quite a few weapons again, some armor, we added some missing assets. And with Delina, we have, actually no, Konyatogen redid all the values of, actually I can show you. Do I have Discord? I do have Discord. Where is this? Helva is here. Yep, open. So Konyatogen put that together, like the whole thing. No, it's okay, it's me, I can be me. We have, like, he put all the axes with the illustrations, vanilla and Helva. So extracted all of that Same thing for two-handed, blunt, all the weapon, like all of it, and then the armor as well. And he's already rebalanced the values for most of the weapons. So these, I mean, that's vanilla, this one's vanilla, but these have already been rebalanced. And with Denina, we've already put that in the construction set. So it doesn't look like much, but that was a lot of time just going through all of the assets. Check Dogo status and shower time. No problem, Micro. No problem. So, like, he's reworked the value, and, you know, by putting all of the vanilla assets and then ordering them, then he got something quite balanced, in my opinion. We changed the names. See, this one, for example, we removed it because when we looked at it closer again, it was basically the vanilla steel die katana. The hilt was retextured, so we kicked that one out. We renamed things so they would work. We removed Conan, it became a Nordic barbarian. It's vanilla. It's vanilla. Anytime you see the V, it's actually a vanilla item. Obviously, we have not changed the value of vanilla items. They're merely there so that you can look at the whole thing and you can say, yes, a Daedric Serpentine Blade is slightly better than a Daedric Claymore. Exactly, for comparison. Yeah, but that was hours and hours of work for Cognatogen, really. And then it also took quite a bit of time to open the construction set, open the weapon and change these values, rename the thing, and Denina helped me with that. Like, she did maybe half of them, actually. It's quite likely. And then I put them in new level list. One of the problem with Helova, even if the stats and the prices of the weapon and the armor, we didn't touch vanilla values. Because, you know, then it's the beginning of the end. So it's based on vanilla. Hey, no problem, David. I'll see you around tomorrow when we talk about coffee, as is our tradition. So yeah, and I'm redoing the level list. That's what I was gonna say, because with Helova, even if the values and the prices were okay, and they are not. Hey, music. No, we're not creating a mod. Really, what I'm doing today is shopping for mods. Basically, I'm building up my next mod list. So right now I have selected, oh shit, it's already too many. I have selected 415 mods. Now when I install them, it's very likely that some of them, when I look at them, I find that there's too many issues or too many compatibility problems, and I don't want to make a patch for it because I feel it's not worth the time. So typically, I mean, if you look at this is my current permadeath. What are we doing with my current permadeath? Come on. Here we go. Current permadeath. But as you can see, some of the mods I did not keep in my loadout. Because they didn't fit, because there were too many conflicts, because I decided that another mod would be better. So right now, it looks impressive, like, ooh, she's got 400 mods. I'm not sure I will install all of them. But at the same time, we're not done shopping. So I think at the end of it, we'll definitely have close to 700 mods or so, but yeah. It's modding. I'm sorry if I'm asking a lot of questions or blabbing. No, easy. That's why it's fun. Like I could be doing that on my own, but it wouldn't be nearly as fun. So blab away. And then it's only fair because I'm blabbing away and I can feel that my brain, I don't know, that my brain is not very synchronized with my mouth right now, so yeah, do blab. At least when I read, I can shut up. There's that. So yes, and then we were talking about a mod that I am working on, and we were looking at that. And there's some really lovely model. I like this one. So we removed not all the crazy ones, but we removed the ones that, yeah, I think, did we rename them? I think we did. Not sure. That's Helova, and we're not done yet, but the bulk of the work is done really, so that's something that I will add in my game later on. And Unlock Cascade has gotten something working already to help. How convenient and effortless is now. No merging required. That is very nice. However, I mean, it's cool. It's super cool that you don't need to mod. With, do I still have Perma? That's my beginning install, and you see I have all basic replacer character mods in one. In there, there's 200 mods. And replacers are easy to merge. Houses were easy to merge. Armor is easy to merge. But then if you start merging quest mods, especially with dialogue that will modify some interiors and exteriors, it gets super tricky. So not having to do that, yes. However, if two mods are not compatible, even if you don't need to merge them, the incompatibility is still there, and you still need to address it one way or the other. So it certainly makes things easier, but it doesn't mean that now you can just go install until you hit 1050 mods and then play. You can't do that. Even if you merge your objects and you merge your level list, you're still gonna have so many issues. So yeah. Absolutely. Right now, you know, when I'm going to install, where's my mod list? There it is. When I'm going to install my mods, it's gonna be such a headache to sort them out in Rymash, to decide which order I install them. And as I do that, I want to check the mod, clean it, make sure there's no error dialogue that the construction set can pick. It's not going to make sure that dialogue is perfect, but it will catch major issues if there's any. Recompile the scripts. Actually, yes, this is me. What I need to do then for every mod, and this time I'll do it, I'll be patient, because like I write the guide, good modding practice, like I write the guide of what you need to do with every mod you install. You double clean it, sure. Then you check the dialogue. It's not perfect, but it will catch a few of the errors if there's any. Then you want to extract the dialogue and at the very least run it through a spell check and then import it back in your game. Good. Then you want to recompile the dialogue, and you do that for every mod. And then you compare with the mods you have already installed, you compare the new one, and you find if there's a conflict, and then you address it. And then being able to have more mods, it just means that you need to repeat the process more times. That's the truth. But yeah, I can leave that link for you guys. It's not the easiest guide ever, but if you understand those basics now, if you're familiar with these modding tools, then there's nothing crazy there. And if you do that with every single mod and address the issues as you find them, then you're going to have a beautiful modded install like Abbott. Not like me, because like I check the mod and then I go, oh, but I know this one, I don't need to check. Oh, I know this one, I don't need to check. Or I go, I need this one, I think I just need to tweak this and that. And then I tweak it without checking, without going through my beautiful to-do list right there. And then I have issues. Though, to be honest, right now, the main reason for crashes in my game is memory usage, and there isn't much that can be done about that. Other than, of course, reduce the amount of mods, but that's not happening. That is just not happening. Actually, we were talking the other day with Abbott while he was streaming, and he was saying that he feels he's very close to the limit of how much you can mod your game. And it's not because of, oh, there's conflicts and there's too many plugins and blah blah blah, because that we can basically add mods infinitely. The difficulty is the memory, the 4 GB ceiling, and yes, we do have the 4 GB patch that lets us use 4 GB of memory. We would need an 8 GB memory patch, but it's not possible. I asked, the guys on the Discord, and they said that would be nearly impossible, or maybe not worth it, or just too much of an endeavor just to play Morrowind, I guess. You need this guide for your next playthrough. There it is. It is, I won't lie, it is quite advanced, but if you start with 50 mods and you do that for every 50 mods, you're not gonna have any mistake. Your game will be running as smoothly as a Bethesda game can run. I modded Morrowind again, and I came across your name a lot. Thanks for your work. Action Jackson, you're very welcome. My pleasure. Reduce the amount of mods. I mean, who does that? That's not what we want to do. What we want to do is add mods. Mod it till you break it. That's the truth. That's the way it is. Thank you again for your mods for Morrowind Virgin Guides. Yeah, a lot of people. I'm quite pleased. I mean, no, I'm thoroughly pleased. I'm not gonna lie. This one, quite a few people say they've been using it and they find it useful, and that allow them to get either back in the game or into the game, and that's exactly when I wrote it. It might be a teacher thing, okay, but when I wrote it, I imagined my public, my target, and that's somebody who has played Skyrim. And they've played Skyrim and they go, oh, maybe I should try the older game. And they look at Morrowind and they go, ugh, what is that? And they're used to using the Nexus, what is it called, Vortex, to install their mods, and it's just click, 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 magic, and you're done. And with Morrowind, it doesn't work. So when I wrote that, I wanted to give mods that were rather straightforward to install, and it really serves as an introduction to modding Morrowind, but also mods that would alleviate the complaints that most people coming from Skyrim have. And it's not like if you take a mod like if you take a mod like, I did put, I'm sure, there. If you take a mod like Next Gen Combat, that gives you 100% chance of hitting, a lot of purists, or actually a lot of people who play Morrowind, are going to say, no, you're going to ruin the balance. The way it is fine. It works fine, and it really does. Except that when you've been playing Morrowind for Skyrim for 7 years, it feels like the game is not working, and that's very frustrating. So it's there, and I was also super careful to include mods that could be very easily disabled from within the game, so you don't need to go into the JSON and the config file and tweak things. It's all in the game. And it seems that all this thinking actually worked. The guide got you started. Nice. Very proud, but really, I'm really glad. That's the point, right? Are they complaining about the superior story? No, I've never heard someone complain about that. They do complain about it takes a while to get into it, but I think if you pass a certain point where you get sucked into the world and the story, then you don't mind reading as much. Open Morrowind is kind of the project of allowing Morrowind to be a 64-bit application and using pass. Yes, I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. Open Morrowind is the future of Morrowind. And then you say, oh, what a big hypocrite. She's not using it because she wants to use the sexy Lua mods. Yes, I do. But long term, it's going to be open Morrowind, and eventually it will have Lua. The Lua mod that we have right now cannot be ported to it. It's going to have to be different mods, or they will have to be rewritten. But one day Morrowind is not going to run on whatever version of Windows we're going to get. Yeah, I mean future. All right, my shopping. Let's go back to my shopping, guys. We have a mission to do. So that was my blog. Just check my blog out. I mean, I think everybody here knows my blog. Let's face it. I need to continue with my class mod list, updated class mod list. But I'll tell you the truth. Here's the truth. I've started, you know, with the acrobat, cool, the agent, the assassin, the archer, the barbarian, and next up is the bard. Why am I not writing the mod list and the guide for the bard? Because I really need to update a bard's life, and I can't write the guide until that mod is updated. So I'm stuck there. That's where I am. Eventually, guys, I promise, eventually. So we're not doing Helluva, we're shopping. Okay. Second attempt at finding a different mod for races. King Ink, I don't think I know the modder. That doesn't ring a bell. Sensible leveling, open Morrowind exclusive, that would be why. Okay, but let's have a look at this one. Oh, it also changes the favored skills, apparently. Magicka bonus, weakness to magicka, weakness to fire. Okay, the only thing, I should go just there, that sums up the information. Skyrim is one of my favorite first-person shooters. Yeah, when sneaking, maybe? Is that the way it is? It's like commando, not commando. Yes, you know, with them paints and everything. Your modding character guys are really great. I'm really tempted to play a high elf Thalmor character. Me too. Me too. I haven't played it yet, and I'll be honest with you guys. All of those, I write them, and every time I write, I say yes, I want to play that character, but I can't play them as fast as I'm thinking them up. But the Thalmor, yes, I'm looking forward to trying that one. The shadow scale, not so much, because I've done an Argonian run recently, so I feel there would be a lot of things overlapping. The Khajiit acrobat, I think, would be fun. And even things like the Morrowind, the Geo challenge, like I wrote it, and I thought all of it, and it was very clear in my mind. And now that I'm playing it, there's some things that I just completely overlook, actually. So, for example, I was supposed to travel only on foot or by Silk Strider. I'm using the guild guide, and I'm using some, very limited, but I'm using some teleportation spells. So there's always a difference, you know, when you think something up and then you do it yourself, it's just not the same. But hey, I've played a ton of Skyrim, I get why people love it, but good lord, the storyline is shallow. It is a little bit, okay, it is a little bit. But normally, like, even if you look, I mean, let's be honest, let's get real. The main quest in Morrowind, there's a prophecy. Oh, you're the prophecy! Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Like, the story itself is not incredible. It is pretty cool that, you know, you don't really know what it is, what happened, who's telling the truth. Like, you get to decide. I think that's the important difference between the Morrowind main quest and the Skyrim main quest. The Skyrim main quest, well, you're on a path. Okay, so there could be two. Okay, am I gonna be with the Imperials, or am I gonna be with the Stormcloaks? Here we go. Like, you get, am I gonna kill you know who or not? Fine, you do have a few forks, but other than that, like, you're on track. With Morrowind, I feel you have to fill in the gaps a lot more. Like, to this day, I can't entirely condemn Daggothor. Like, he's not the arch devil or something. So there's yeah, I think that's the difference. With Morrowind, you get to fill in the gaps. You get to tell your story a lot more, I think. Yep. And Becca, that's pretty much it. Like, I never felt comfortable. But in Skyrim, I completely overlooked the Civil War because I can't identify. And I know it's a role play, and I find it hard to role play for either faction, really. The first time I did the companion story, I punched someone and killed some wolves and was suddenly invited to join their secret inner circle. Yeah. And of course, you know, not the Mages Guild, but the college, where you can cast a little fireball and then you explore 2 places and you're the boss. Just like that. I quite like the Thieves Guild. Not so much the main story, because there's definitely some issues there. But what I liked about the Thieves Guild was the fact that as I do various missions, and they could get quite repetitive, you know, go forge that book here and go steal from a chest there, fine, rinse and repeat. I mean, Radiant Quest, we wanted it, we got it. But what I really appreciated about that was the fact that when I came back to the Thieves Guild, I could see things getting better for them, and so I like that. Other than that, factions in Skyrim, the blades, oh, what a disappointment. Skyrim's main story professor feels more like a fun gameplay idea with lore written around it. I completely agree. So they were like, okay, hear me. You have dragon blood. No way. Okay, but why do you have dragon blood? Well, hang on. And then they went through the lore and they go, ooh, there you go. It's a thing. I agree, it feels like that. In my opinion, it feels like both Oblivion and Skyrim are trying to rush it. You have to do this and that now, while Morrowind is more like get to know Morrowind and take your time. I agree, Telesia. At the same time, though, I wish that I'm not sure it's even practical with Morrowind, especially the way we've been playing it for almost 20 years. But I do feel that some of the missions should be timed, like Hentus, who is in the river, you know, Nizis, because Hentus is the one without the pants, or the one that stole the pants? Is the one without the pants, right? You know the one. He's in the river. His frenemy has stolen his pants, and he says, "Oh, can you help me? Can you get my pants back?" And say, "Okay, sure, I'll do it." And then you go and you quest around and you kill Daggothor. Months later, you come back and the guy is still in the river, still there, waiting for you and you only to bring him his pants back. I feel some of the quest really could use a timer. But as I'm saying that, I think I would also hate it. So I don't know. I don't know. A lot of quests feel that way, and it's like, you know, with the Imperial cult, you can actually go back to what's his name, Kay. You can go back and say, no, I won't do it. Sorry, I can't do it. And then the quest is over because you can't do it and it takes too long and you don't feel like doing it. So that's fine. A mod like Go Away, Move Along for a quest timeout would be nice. Yeah, even though Go Away, Move Along is a good mod, for those of you who don't know, essentially, once you've sold the quest, the NPCs that were supposed to not stay there, well, they just go away because they have no reason to stay there. Say in Aldrin, you know, when just west of Aldrin, there's a Dunman lady and her husband. They've been attacked by Nyx hounds, and she wants you to find him. And you go, you find him, you bring him back, and they stay there forever. Blight, Ash Storm, more Nyx hounds. They don't care. They just stay there. Move along, go away, go home. What's the name exactly? I'll have to find it again. But that mod disables the NPCs when the quest is done, and that's great, but it can conflict with other mods that make use of those NPCs. Mori, for example, yes. Yes. There's a time quest in the main Oblivion storyline. Which one is that? It's like I wish we could find a sweet spot between Daggerfall, where absolutely everything is timed, and so instead of accepting 25 different, you can't, but instead of accepting 5 different quests in down, and then you go, all right, let's look at my map and decide what is the best route to do all of it. You don't do that, because you're gonna fail those quests. So instead, at least what I do, because I'm a scaredy cat, I will take a quest and then I will go do it and then come back to town, and then take a quest and then go and come back to town until I've exhausted the quest in that town, and then I go to another one. And that feels extremely unnatural, right? Because there's nothing preventing me. Okay, I get a quest in one city that takes me to another city. While I'm there, why can't I help somebody with something? I'm there anyway. I can stay, you know, a few days. So Daggerfall, it's too much. Morrowind is not enough. Telesia, you'll be disappearing. Thank you for stopping by, Telesia. I'll see you next week, hopefully. And if not, have a great time anyway. Even if you just ignore me for a week. Thank you for being there. Do you mean the one where you need to close the Great Gate? Oh, yes. Is that the one where you're up north? I do like that. And it makes sense that you have to be there at that moment. I think it makes sense. You could have him turn into a skeleton dying from starvation. Or, you know, somebody else can take pity on him, and then he'll slender you because you promised you'd help him, and then you just drop him like an old sock. You let him freeze his balls in the water while everyone was done, and then everyone in Nizis would think less of you. That would work. I did like the Bruma main quest. Bruma is the one up north, right? I think that's the... I remember that. Okay, so this mod. The only thing changed about the armor is that the weakness to fire has been reduced from 50 to 25, matches Oblivion. I'm not aware of any lore that would explain. Okay, fair enough. Argonian. I think I'm just gonna read the summary. Not a popular character as a beast race. Can't wear boot, can't wear closed helmet. That's true. Aquatic abilities are very situational. I moved 5 points from athletics to spear, because athletics is easy enough skill to raise. Honestly, a spear is easy to... Oops. Weapon skills. That's when you want to use a mod that slows down the progress, because weapon skills are just... You get so good at them so quickly. Hand to hand, for example. Argonians should be better swimmers. I added 15 resist normal weapon to help mitigate the lack of boots. Okay, that's fair. I've got a feeling that this stays very close to vanilla, just minor tweaks to make sure it stays in line with vanilla, but balanced. The Bosmer is most people's least favorite race. I don't know why. We're gonna be great friends. That's a shame, because I think the concept is a good one. Best archers, true. They're selective, they move slowly. So we have the hunter stance, where we increase marksman, but it reduces fields. That's an interesting one. I like that. It reminds me of Merlord's mod defensive stance, where if you sneak and you have a shield, you actually hunker down, and your block skill is multiplied by, I forgot how much, I think you choose. By default it's 0.5, but your speed is also reduced. So I like that. I think it's a smart choice for the Bosmer. So far so good, the Breton. I need to actually play Oblivion one of these days. Yeah, do try. Go. I mean, I don't know if you want the game to look much better. You definitely would want to change the faces, because they are notoriously ugly. But yeah, it's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. It's just not as good as Morrowind, and possibly not as good as Skyrim. I don't know. I prefer Skyrim because I can mod it better. But in terms of world design, I mean, Skyrim is newer graphics, so it looks prettier, but I don't know that the world is necessarily more interesting. In terms of quests, Oblivion with the faction did a rather good job, so better than Skyrim on that account. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if a number of people prefer Oblivion to Skyrim. Oblivion was your first Elder Scrolls games. Is it your favorite still? Because obviously the one you started with, like, it's really hard to top that up. For me, it's impossible because I started with Morrowind, which is the best one in the first place, so... But is it your favorite one? There is no wrong answer there, but I hope that there's no wrong answer. Okay, where was I? Breton, unchanged. Fair enough. Dunmer, unchanged. Imperial, well-rounded. No discipline. So, absorb fatigue is the same thing. The charm is still there. Oh, that's a new one, I see. Military training, extra strength, endurance, less agility and speed. Fair enough on giving them points in heavy armor. That makes more sense. In the Legion, they were medium or heavy. I'm not sure about this one. Because agility is basically when your agility is 0, anyone trying to flick you is going to knock you down. Like, they will hit you for sure. Your dodge is non-existent. But fortified strength and endurance is actually pretty good. Like, if you have a good weapon, you could, you know, hack them dead in 2 swings. Oblivion is basically the anti-Skyrim good quest in a bland world. And Skyrim is a good world with bland quest. Is Skyrim a good world? I agree that Skyrim looks better. But I don't know that Skyrim in the Oblivion engine would look better than Oblivion, or that Skyblivion won't look as good as Skyrim. I don't know, I would need to get comparisons. The earlier game released when I was in college and grad school and starting my career, so didn't do any gaming. That sucks. I mean, you know what? I think the later you start gaming, the better. That way you get time to do stuff before you get sucked into Morrowind and never leave. Imperial, not bad. Many people dislike Morrowind's Khajiit because of the Beast Race throwback. In truth, they're probably... Yeah, no, the Khajiits are fine. Yeah, that is true. Okay, Night Eye can be toggled, that's good. I am liking this, guys. I am liking this one. Actually, so far. We'll see how it goes. But I think I might replace Races Are More Fun. It feels very close to vanilla and balanced. And the changes, particularly the toggleable powers, I feel are interesting. Nord. Already immune to frost. So... remove their resistance to shock. I'm fine with that. They still have their shield. There's their Nordic Frost. Where you do frost damage on target. When it's a power, so it's not something you'd use a lot. But I don't know that as a Nord you would have the innate ability to summon, you know, the icy winds of Solstheim or Skyrim. I'm not sure. And drain strength 100 points is a lot. It's only 10 seconds, mind you. Okay, so far so good. I agree with Skink. I like both Oblivion and Skyrim in completely different ways, but I find Oblivion more difficult to get a good mod set. that are like actually working well. So I tend to play Skyrim more. I agree. Find it a lot harder to. In fact, my next run of Oblivion, I think I'm gonna go and go ahead and use a Wabajack install, and then maybe tweak that. And try not to, but knowing myself, I'm gonna want to tweak it, and by that understand add more mods. But I think I'll go with the Wabajack as a base and then tweak that, because I don't enjoy modding Oblivion as much as I like modding Morrowind. Simple. Oblivion landscapes are often regarded as too mundane, flat, standard medieval fantasy. True. That's very true. A lot of people say that. Oblivion is basically poking around in an Englishman garden. It doesn't feel like a forest, but you have a mod. You need a mod to add it back. Glisp, hello, welcome on in. You're actually going through every mod and not a pre-made recommended mod list. You are a brave soldier. No, that's the fun part. I wouldn't enjoy going through a modding guide. Like, no, I wouldn't. I like to look at the mods, I like to choose them, and more importantly, okay, right now I'm going through every one of them, which I haven't done in a very long time, to be honest. But, you know, now I'm discovering this one, to be honest. So I'm going to use it for that install. Previously, I was using Races Are More Fun or Vanilla, and there's the other one that we looked at. Like, I'm keeping that one. At some point, I will use that other one for another install. I absolutely adore rotating between mods that do the same thing. So I like changing my trees from one install to another. I like changing my plants. I like changing things. So no, that's the way I enjoy doing that. That's fun. That's fun for me, at least. And you're here, so I guess it's okay. I hope you're not like, oh god, how many more pages does she want to go through? Redguard, not changed. Fair enough. The warrior now has 45 strength and 45 attack. I think the values have been changed. Okay, we have a winner for the next permadeath. I think it's fine because it's so close to vanilla. That they will go just well with permadeath. Just enough to have a little extra, and I like, you know, that as a whatever race I have, actually. I will have a power to toggle with advantages and disadvantages, so that's for my Khajiit mods. That is not the one I want. That is the one I want. And sensible races. This is now a Khajiit mod as well. Oh, did it? Oh crap! Where did I close? There it is. It really could be. It really could be because the guy is modding. It says open Morrowind. I'm guessing it's an OMR file. No, it's an ESP. I'll take a look, but I don't think it really is. Like mods that are open Morrowind exclusive are quite rare, and they are things that would rely on the engine. This is not something that relies on the engine. I doubt it. And it's not even made with a construction set. I'm not sure. You know what? Guys, let's take a look. This is it. Description. Going down to the instruction, install. If you are using vanilla Morrowind, there you go. It's not an exclusive. Like, I would be really surprised. The only thing that could make it somewhat an exclusive would be the format. If they were saved as an OWESP. I forgot the name of the extension for Open Morrowind mods exclusively. So no, that's good. Whew. No, you're right. From the description, where was it? I mean, I will have a separate vanilla engine version. And it's an ESP. I will test it in game later on, but I'd be extremely surprised. Like, the changes are just merely editing the spells and the values of certain spells and abilities. So I'd be very surprised that it just doesn't work. Brutal Hands, yes! That is a quest centered around hand to hand, so that could be interesting for a monk character, something like that. And Rex the Butterfly King, welcome on in. It could be that first it was made for Open Morrowind. But again, with that sort of edits, it doesn't have to be. Brutal Hands is a very small quest mod, focused on hand-to-hand. It adds a new quest, characters and items using vanilla Morrowind asset. It has been designed in a way that should not conflict with any other quest mod. And it's compatible with audio, visual enhancement as well. Okay, it's been cleaned. New characters, new item. Okay. Inspired. I'll take it. Even though it might be a small quest, but I like quest mod. We want content, and we want to have mods that let us do something other than the Balmora Guild quests. And something specific for a monk character is pretty cool, I think. So what about Sothasil? Yeah, this is a quest mod. By the way, speaking of Sothasil, I have Trenwiz mods. I don't know that with permadeath we'll ever get to play it, but I'm installing it. We'll see how it goes. So you win. So you're telling me there was an issue with that. Edit, update on information might ensure scripted touch spell to technically work with this. The creature will freeze and glitch animations are unlike apparently. Okay, so there seems to be... Okay. Read the fine prints. You're right, we won't be using that. Decisions for this one again. Yeah, and Stripes added something along the same line, so I thought it could be a nice fix for Paxon, because I really like using the Paxon light on. The Krama generates errors and crashes. Oh yeah, they do cast spells. That's very true. You wanted to see Mr. Sotha's lovely face. Well, we actually... Hang on. One mod that I've... So, Sothasil expanded. I have... Oh, but I also want the voices, don't I? So I have Sothasil expanded. I've also installed mods, slight modification that removes a couple of really annoying rooms, and I'm fine with that. And obviously we do have Sothasil is a Dunmer, a retexture of the creature, because Sothasil is set up as a creature, so he looks like a Dunmer and not like what, an Altmer. So we have a number of those installed. Space Docs, lovely to see you. Fille mignon. Tu es mignon. Et jaune à la droite. Quoi? Cet après-midi, je regarde la vidéo Twitch de Danae avec mon téléphone ordinateur. Maintenant, je mange mon dîner, c'est bon. Here's my scuffed French message for you. Thank you. It's so nice to be able to read some French every once in a while. Please enjoy the searching for the mod. I definitely will. Actually, the other day I was watching a couple of French streamers, and I think I want to do a stream in French, which obviously for you means nothing because you're not going to care about that. But let me see, next week on Thursday, I am on holiday. Yes, I'm gonna have a whole week off, which will give me time to finish my Morrowind install. It is going to take a week and probably more. Let's not kid ourselves. And I think I'll do a stream in French. I'm just not sure what I'm gonna stream. I don't think I have games in French, but I think I can tell Steam to install different languages for me. So hey, if you want some French, if you want to test your French, do join me sometimes, possibly next week or the one after. Or I don't know what game, but it's gonna be in French, and it's gonna be horribly difficult because my brain, like, obviously I am French, I can speak French, heck, I teach French, I can explain not everything, but a lot of things about the French language and why it is the way it is. But there is just a huge gap between my French and video games. Like, they don't go together. I can't talk about games in French, basically. It's pathetic. I was watching this girl playing Morrowind in French, and I was like, you should. I could not express myself. Like, half of the words I don't know for Morrowind. Like, no, 100% of the words I don't know for Morrowind. And then the way French people speak about games, they do use English words here and there with a French pronunciation. I can't speak French gamer. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. Bonjour, tu es sympa aussi. Realistic healing energies, but your character still heals from everything automatically given time. Yes, so let me tell you about this one. I've used it in permadeath, and I really like it. First of all, it's got an MCM. Action Jackson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I would be up for checking out some French streaming people on this Twitch. Well, SpaceX, you might be the only one, but it will be lovely. It will be lovely. Hey, Sticks. Hello. A double. Well, it's good. It's good. But we try a triple. The triple is so much better. So much better. So, yes, features. And the important thing is... Ooh, so sorry. All of that can actually be changed in-game. You'd watch a French stream as well. Okay, wow, I already have two... Well, not guaranteed, but two people who will be watching me, so I totally will do it. Regardless of how many people are there anyway. It's just... Yeah, I think it would be fun for me. I mean, I still want one day to do Morrowind in French, but then I know that my brain is just going to freeze and have sparks coming out and smoke coming out of the ears, because Morrowind, I've only ever seen, played, or talked or read about Morrowind in English. So... it's like, hang on, Cliff Racers. I forgot. It's a crazy word. Like, if you just told me the word in a French sentence, I wouldn't know what it is. And Mournhold, I've seen that again. Long sanglot. Long sanglot. So yeah, Morrowind in French would be fun, but then the schism in my brain between French and Morrowind is even greater than French in games. So maybe not. And I'd like to do something. Le rasseur de cliff? No! Oh, le criard. Oh, le criard des falaises. Which is like the cliff screamer. Something like that. Morrowind? Morrowind? Falaise? Hopefully Google will work out what I want. Le braillard. No, it's even worse. Brailler is the idea of sort of like scream. Le braillard des falaises. That's what it is. It's braillard. Anyhow, mod shopping. Let's concentrate, guys. I've only added, what? In the last few hours, I've added 10 mods to my list. This is pathetic. Pathetic, I tell ya. They're actually well named in French, yes. But like, you know, falaise, it's a cliff. And I'm like, but falaise, that just doesn't fit, does it? But it's the exact translation. It fits perfectly, in fact. You know, when you're used to something. Definitely not. Definitely not. I was thinking it could be fun to stream Arcanum in French. I absolutely adore Arcanum, and I have a run like I don't know, I'm 20 hours in, maybe more than that, and then I stopped. And you know how it is, especially with role-playing games. Like when you stop your run and you load your game, and you just might as well start over because you just don't know where you were going with your characters. I think Racer Plume has a mod like that. Like what? The realism of a challenge. The idea you don't fully recover from being impaled or grievously slashed. Yep. So what this one does, you do regenerate your health, but not during a fight. So I like that. You can set that in the game the way you want. So that's fine. And I do like the injuries. They are, like in permadeath, they're very, very punishing because you get hit on the head and, or, you know, you get hit on the chest and boom, -10 strength. And if you run, you know, when you're nearly overburdened, and then -10 strength, and if you want to move again, you just need to just quickly empty your backpack and quickly drop your armor so that you can move again. So very, very punishing. Then again, this can be completely disabled, so you know what, I'm taking it. And then there was a bug in there, a bit of a funny bug. When you take an injury in the water, like normally an injury, you have 2% chance of getting injured when you're hit. If your fatigue is low, that chance is increased, and you can configure that, so it's perfect. However, when you're in the water, anytime you're hit, like 1 point of damage, boom, you get injured. And you're in the water, and then your strength is reduced by 10 point, 20 point, it goes very quickly. And then you're underwater, you can't breathe, but you can't move. And the damage that you take underwater is when you run out of air. So there you go, you're swimming, and then you go bloop bloop, and then poof, -10 strength, and you can't move. So I had a couple of scares with that. Not fun. Not fun. I just had to strip in the water and then slowly hold myself out of the water, heal, you know, repair, restore my attributes, and go back in the water and pick up my stuff. The things we did. But still, a really good mod. Apart from that little bug, which is a bug, but a couple of times it made for some fun adventures in Morrowind. And that's all we want. It's one of my favorite things about mods, when they behave in unexpected ways, because then, you know, you get a special story. It's a gameplay mod. Thank you very much. You have dozens of unfinished RPG games. Dozens? I don't think I have dozens, but it's just the way it is. Same thing with XCOM. I have an ongoing game. Do I still have it? No, it was on my computer before the hard disk went. But even like, yeah, it's very hard to pick up a game after a few months. Might as well just restart it. I tried Arcanum, but I'd always reach a point where my save wouldn't run anymore. Oh, that really, really sucks. I mean, I played it quite recently. I played the Steam version, which is not even, like, if it's GOG, you know that the patch is out there. I played the Steam version with a patch, I forgot what it was. And I didn't have issues. Occasionally there were some funny visual glitches. But other than that, it was fine. But maybe I didn't get to the point where my save game wouldn't run anymore. So, you know, I don't know if I was lucky, if my setup is different than yours and didn't have the issue, or if I didn't get to the point where I would have the issue. You can always assume they went to a healer off screen, use a source of health restoration. You're not looking at every NPC at the time. No, definitely not. Alright, this is just adding voices. Voice replacer. Oops.
What sort of creature are you, mortal? to come stumbling to Sothasil, the clockwork city of the 3 and 1. If you die here, that will be all the proof I need that you would have been no...
That is so true. That is so, so true. My bard, she got lost in there. Nobody heard of her ever again. Okay, you're in. Download. And this one... Now, do I put this one as an audio mod or do I put it as a quest mod so I know I need to install it with the quest mod? I think it makes more sense. I'll put it as an audio for now. The original voice just sounds like a normal person. How boring. How boring indeed. Better Tilvani. Is that... No, I think the original Denki's mod just put the armor on the ground in Sadrith Mora. But this one doesn't say. Oh well, I'm taking fresh armor. Sure. Because we love to go shopping for armor. And you know, so this is gear, armor. Good. And then the Silstrider armor, obviously. We want that. One day I will finish Sothasil Expanded. One day. One day I will finish Morrowind too. Gear, armor. There we go. What is the third one? The monastery. Yes, I definitely want the monastery. I don't think there's going to be any sort of compatibility issues because this is quite out of the way. So this one, it's a Vista mod, so things to look at, and it is in the Azura coast. Weapon sheathing. Weapon sheathing is quite simply an essential mod. 1.6 MWSE, that's us. It's just a must-have mod. Yeah, new quest mod, I've never played it. We can have a look through the post to see if there's some really major issues. Okay, and if Melchior actually has a good review, then you know it's a good quest mod. No? Okay. We have a new quest mod to play. The god voices are really interesting. Almalexia, just his normal female Donma. Vivek is this horrifying rasp, and Daggothor Daggothor is sexy. Honestly. Ooh, Gabriel also liked it. Good, good, good. I like Daggothor, sounds good. It's just terrible, you know, that the guy who is supposed to be the bad guy is so seductive, which maybe was on purpose. Oh, Outrun X. We are definitely not going to run that because we're trying Random Past Beautiful Cities of Vardenfell. But I really liked it. I felt that all the additions were rather, they were pretty and they were immersive. I really, really did like it. But the FPS, even with the other mod that improves the path grids, yeah, it's a pretty mod. I liked it. Next install, like next install, that's what we'll do. Oh, we can have the music back. Vivek is unused and it might be a stand-in, but still horrifying. I used is it Train Whiz? Chocolate melting. I use Train Whiz for voiced Vivek. Does it restore the original one? Okay. So it just simply restores the ones that are not used in the game. There's a TV tropes page for that. I think it's called Draco in Leather Pants. Tempting? Not sure. Okay, is that a new page? Let's do this. I think this was not very balanced. Tizzo's house. That's a good one. It's too good for permadeath because you can just... oh, attractive villains. I mean, villains are really attractive. Sephiroth? I would take Sephiroth any day over... What's his name? Cloud. So this is a really, really nice house mod. It's just too good for permadeath. Because you can just quickly teleport back and drop your stuff and then go back to where you were. Too good. The missing Yagrum voice is in patch for purists now. But it can't do Vivek the same way. Do you know why? We definitely want that. Modest resource, no. Not for a permadeath run. Paralysis is now alteration. Now, I do agree that paralysis feels more like an alteration than an illusion spell. However, illusion spells, they also go with sort of mind control rather than body control. And so I don't have a problem thinking that paralysis is actually paralyzing the mind of your enemy, therefore they're not moving. I was testing a mod for another game. Okay, which game are you modding? Yagrum was an AI fix, but Vivek uses scripts. I see, so the voices for Yagrum and Vivek are not actually implemented the same way. Sonic Adventure DX, okay, not something I would play because I don't have the skill. I agree about paralysis, having it under illusion makes a ton of sense to me. I think that's fine. I mean, you can easily justify it being alteration, but it's fine with me. I remember that, I tested it a few years ago. I already have my leveling mod. Definitely wants that. I'm gonna put Gwen back. I haven't had a chance to play around with her so much, so I'm keeping her. Take Note is a lovely mod. It's a lovely mod. However, there is a conflict with Demon of Knowledge. There is the inscription skill. But it did work once, so it might be a matter of getting the correct Lord Order. I'll have to try. Alteration is more about altering your surroundings. I do agree, but you know, when you think about burden, you're altering someone else's body, like you're changing their body property, so making them paralyzed could be akin to that. Like they both make sense, but since the vanilla version makes sense, I don't feel the need to change it. No machine gun, thank you. Already have something for enchantment. I like wanted posters. Orc Hunter is actually included in Cannibals of Morrowind. Face of Despair, that's another mod by Chemical Taint. And I did install it before, but I don't think I got to play with it. A new birth sign. No, we'll do something else for birth sign. A short quest in Balmora by Miam Miam. Miam Miam. Let's have a look. If there's no major issues reported in the comments, or if you know the quest looks interesting. Right to wear Ordinator armor. I already have Sane Ordinator, so we're good. Huh. Let's take a look at that. It's the same author as Aldron X. So who knows? I already have a number of houses, but I like them. I just like having houses. Serene Aquatics. No. We have Murlords that can pacify all the creatures we ever need pacified. So we're good with that. We're not using Vampiric Hunger because we're waiting for Operator Jack to finish his Vampire mod. Add appropriate lightning to mages and build. No, that's not major. Allow you to donate significant amount of gold to any pauper. Yes, I don't think we're ever so rich that we can do that, but I like the option. I just like the option. I don't know what kind of character you will go next for perma, so I can't really recommend anything. Well, I mean, you know, the permadeath install has to be the jack of all trade install. That's why I like making different installs for my role-playing character, because then I can really tailor it for that character, whatever the skills or the goals or how I want to play. But permadeath, I want everything essentially. Did I open communist? Yes. The pretty reckless. No, because I'm working on a mod that does exactly the opposite. Game save, no. Tactical, no. I don't do replacers. That's a resource. That's modern. Telbrunner and Lighthouse. I do like this. It's one of the houses I like to have. Mostly because, just like with companions and pets, I like to have a house that fits the character. Yep, definitely Vampire Hunters Guild with Lucifer's edits to it. Definitely keeping that one. And like for Vampire, I don't want to install Vampire Hunger, Vampire Realism, Hunger, Realism. What's the third one? Embrace, duh. I don't want to install those because they're very heavily scripted, and so I'd rather wait for the Lua mod. There's a good mod for Witch Hunter and anything else that want to kill vampires. Oh yes, Vampire Hunters Guild, it's really good, and that's the genius of Gavrilo or Alice, that she's taken vanilla elements but added the dialogue that leads you to it. Pretty much the same way Prof did with Strike the Camonatong or Strike Back the Camonatong. Prof, I'm sorry, you know me, names. But anyway, what Prof did, Strike at the Camonatong, I think. What Prof did, it didn't add Camonatong NPCs, but it adds dialogues that tells you where strike at. Thank you. Simply gives you the dialogue that leads you to them, and then the reward when you've killed all of them. So that's taking advantage of what's in the game, but make a mod that makes it more immersive and makes the content more reachable. I don't know, that's not the right term, but you get the idea. Exactly like Zero Fox did with his Uncharted artifact. He didn't add artifacts in Morrowind, just put maps that can take you to them. And that's perfect, very immersive. Voss X also like that, same author as Aldrin X. But since we have of Ashes and Blight Graceland, that is not going to be compatible, so we'll leave it. Vvardenfell expanded Fort Moonhall, no, because I have already something. I'm pretty sure that Beautiful Cities of Morrowind includes a Fort Moonmoth overhaul. Yes, I did. You know what, Prof? I didn't know. It's when I went through the first 120 pages, so I've added that to my mod list, definitely. So that's very cool. Very cool. Dome of Meditation. I think it was a good looking house, but maybe I have enough houses for now. I think I already have a dozen. Hospitality Papers expanded. How expanded are they? Infinity Wraith Guard, no, that's more like, it's not a joke mod, but it's not a mod for a permanent install. Definitely want Melchior's War Kaguti. Twin Moons, Birth Signed Reimagined. Oh, it's a mod by Vidi Aqua. I didn't know. Well, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Rangoon's Quest adds a medium-length quest where you find a dead man named Ivan, or Ivan, who was chasing after a man named Rangoon, who chased after a man. Okay. It's either very silly or quite funny. We'll check it out. I already have Woolly's Soulstime overhaul. We are not replacing the plants in that install. Yes. These are models. They're not in the game. That would be so nice. I've never played the Cave of Wonders, and I don't know why. Birth signs, a blessing and a curse. Could be something. I remember the rogue hideaway, but it was, yes, because it was in Balmora, I felt it was a little too convenient. Like the trapdoor is in Balmora. I think it should be a little further away. Most mods I can recommend aren't ideal for permadeath because they're late game mods and I never get there, do I? Ashlander quest is part of the main quest overhaul, so I already have that. Creeper moves on. Interesting. Interesting. That might in itself balance Creeper if he's available at certain times in certain places. The ones above the load, that's the one I was talking about earlier. When you get arrested, they take your stolen goods, but they also take all your drugs and Dwemer items. It is a good mod and it makes sense, but it conflicts with other mods like Go to Jail, the law is sacred, so I decided that it was less important to me than Go to Jail. Alright, book pickup, I already know I want that, so I'll grab it. Are you calling me a liar? God, no. Oh, you're reenacting some dialogue there. Okay. For a second I was like, what did I say? Because I keep talking. But funnily enough, I'm not thinking overly much. This is a cool mod. Up. And I need to... Yeah, I sort of reworked my mod categories. It's from that Creeper Morrowind shorts. Ah, oh, of course it's from a shorts. Of course it is. Jarl of Soulstime, I want that. Again, another mod by Gavrilo / Alice on Discord. And essentially, once you fulfill the number of conditions that you would fulfill as you play the game, then you can be named. So it doesn't add a quest, it just adds a reward for vanilla quest in a way, but in a role-playing way, and I like that. So I'm taking it. I'm putting this as quest, though technically it's not really a quest. Gwen, we already said that we wanted her. I bet it is. She is a companion. Take note. I'm taking it. I know I'm gonna have to tweak the load order. I hope it's just a matter of tweaking the load order, because I really like that. Put that as a gameplay mod. I shouldn't have opened so many mods now, it's just you watching me download mods. Yes, yes, I watch things, like, you know, you hear things, they come one ear and out the other. I don't think it works the same way with eyes, but pretty much. I will watch something, I will enjoy it, but it's definitely not committed to memory. Yep, sorry, that's just not how my brain works. This is not really gameplay, this is more immersion, but I haven't created an immersion category. I'm gonna leave it as MISC for now. Place of Despair. Okay, another mod by Chemical Taint. There is one bug. It's been cleaned, that's good. Can't wait to try this. It seems interesting. Okay. Someone who's review I can I'm not gonna add this one. A window. Coffee. Have coffee. Okay, so it is a first mod, but main issues have been caught and improved. So all the issues have been fixed. I'm gonna give that a try. Let's do that. More quest, more content that I don't know. It's good. And it's always nice. Miam miam. No, I say miam miam. Miam miam. Calendar cave dealing. Oh yes. Yeah, I suppose a person related to the temple in Nizis might live there. Yes. I don't know that I would want to bathe in that specifically. It looks like part of the sewage that goes through your cave, which makes sense. I like it. Up. And the amount of clutter seems to be just right. And what I like to do with any sort of house mod, not all of them, depending on the house mod, but even the more simple one in the way that you don't have scripted containers or, you know, fancy things, just shelves and places, then I really like to use Greatness 7 MWSE containers. And basically with those containers you can move anywhere, including in just a cave. And then you add Morrowind crafting, or obviously Ashfall with the latest crafting add-on, and you can literally live anywhere. Define a significant amount. $1,000 gold. Yeah, I think one of my character could donate 1,000 gold to a pauper. The more altruistic characters. The way that came together, but without the lead-in for context, looks like a bit of the sewer that came through your house. That's, again, you know, at that point, you just get it straight the way my brain makes it. It's just terrible. I can feel I can't speak very well. Just keep nodding like you understand what I'm saying, okay? Tell Branara Lighthouse. I know I like this one. It actually makes use of the Raisdane, the RR Branara Lighthouse, but this one makes it a house. So really good for a Telvanni person. And Tel Branara is south, like you don't really go live there, but why not? If you want to keep an eye on Therana, if she's your mentor. Where is this one? In the Sothersill tile set, but where are you? Featuring Danae's containers. Good choice, solid choice. To be, though, I mean, I'm pleased, obviously, I'm flattered. Though London Rook made some lovely container models that are much prettier than what I did with Nifscope. Driver puzzle box, features access of key location, complete a short quest, talking to Hasfan and Tabalis about, okay, I like it. I like it because it's a place that If I have a character who's yeah, I recognize that's mine. That is not mine. Nice, that's mine. The books are too big though. I made them too big. I'm not criticizing. I like it. There's a grail, unfortunately, because it's not a, you know, the fire, not fireplace. Anyway, Ashfall is not going to recognize it, so I won't be able to cook in there. I like the layout. We got ourselves another house. How many houses do we need? Quite a few. What are you? You're just a fine size, 600. Okay, so this is not a patch. This is just a later version, I think. Good. That's yet another house. And you know, we have companions, we have houses. It's perfectly fine to leave a companion in a house, like we can donate the house to them. Hospitality papers expended. Yes, how are you expended? In the vanilla game, you're supposed to have to purchase the hospitality papers. True. Then Corn made a mod a long time ago, and I've been using that. I felt that more could be added to implement this more fully, so I expanded on Corn's work. Okay. What's new? When you get service refusal and are told you need paper, you can now ask what they are and where to get them by inquiring about the topic hospitality paper and getaway. According to vanilla dialogue, you need hospitality papers unless you are kin of House Tilvani or have achieved the rank of retainer or higher. Just joining House Tilvani will no longer cut it. Okay. New audio for the guards. Interesting. An increased unfriendliness from Sadwith guard in general, lower disposition, and hostile audio and text line. Okay. Ah, I like that. Very immersive. Ooh. Okay. Paper now cost 50? A whole 50? Enough that you might grumble 50. I will definitely grumble 50 gold. Definitely. There's also a penalty for losing them. Okay, I'm taking it. Is it? Let's double check. There's so many mods that Beautiful Cities of Morrowind has merged already. I mean, if it is, then it's good because I don't need to download it again. Maybe not. Hospi... Sorry, if only I could type. Hospi... No, it doesn't seem to be merged. It's not here on the... Oh, but this one, I did download that one. And so I do not need it. Prof? I think I have all of your mods right now. The Plumed Mountain, the one you did for the Mod Jam, I forgot the name, but it's there. Strike at the Kamonatong. And the Thieves Guild, I haven't come across it just yet. What am I looking for? Mount. I'm sure I added it. Did I forget? We will. Go. There it is. Okay. So I can delete it because it's already part of another mod. And I thought I was so close to, you know, getting to the 400. Actually, we're past 400, aren't we? Yep. Yep, we are. It's included in a mod, that's included in a mod, that's included in a little bit. Hang on. Sadwith sort of... Oh. If you use the faster version of Striker, that's the one I'm using, it does the same thing. Alright, so I don't need to get that one on top. So... because it includes those. Alright, I'm gonna take your word for it. So I am not adding it to my mod list because it's already included in a mod. That's included in a mod. And then people feel intimidated when, you know, they look at Morrowind and modding it. You know what? I get it. I feel intimidated after modding it for years. Hey, Alonjo, lovely to see you. Good evening. Workaguti, I definitely want that. The two Beast Companion mods by Mel, actually it's got 3. But this one is really nice. You can buy some extra armor for it. Unfortunately, you cannot ride it. But still, it's nice. Mousey. Okay, one is a different version of the other. So that would be the latest one. How is your weekend treating you, Alondro? I am rebuilding a Morrowind mod list. This is a companion. And I have Yaksha. Even though she's level 10, so when I'm level 1, 500 septims to have her with me as a strong bodyguard is totally worth it. Perma. It's perma. Twin Moons, birth sign reimagined. Oh, you didn't put the text. The Lord. Extra endurance versus magicka. And weakness to poison. So I like it's using what was it? Birth sign for purists did, in the way that for each birth sign there are now 2 aspects, Master and Secunda. Okay. That's interesting. You would basically lose all of your magicka. And it's damage. But get a 50% reflect. An extra willpower that will also help you. So essentially with the ritual birth sign, you trade your ability to cast spells for a massive spell resistance. Can be interesting. Elfborn and levitate for the apprentice. The shadow. That makes sense. I'm gonna take this one. I know that the one we picked already does birth sign, but I'm gonna make this one take precedence for the birth signs. Because, well, I've never used it, and from what I see it looks good. I like it. I like it. I didn't know Vidi had a birth sign mod. That was a long time ago, actually. Like, people became aware of Vidi's mods when he did the sitting mod. But that's maybe a first mod, an early mod. And obviously the latest one is the other council club. This is a car gen mod. Oh yes, Mosi is a lovely Workaguti. One of the best non-MWSE. It was Vidi. Oh my goodness. Oh, but at the time, okay. Okay, maybe that explains why I'm I did not realize because Vidi is Vidi more recently. First mod, cosmetic amputation as Mallets. We've lost the music. There we go. TR heads unlocked. Yeah. Okay, so quite a few things to make TR elements. So not a first mod. Okay, anyway, I've taken this one, that's good. Oh, Rangoon Quest. That sounded like something a little silly. Either silly or funny. So medium length line, chasing was chasing. After his mentor, if you choose to chase after Rangoon, you'll be rewarded with a tough boss, a unique weapon and a ring which allows teleportation to a storage room that has many chests. I'm not sure that I would actually want the reward. Interesting tile set. But not extremely immersive. It looks good, but if there's just that one room, no. Red Stronghold. We know this one. We want it. I'm sorry, it's not fun when I've opened too many pages. This is a dungeon mod. And then all I'm doing is download them. You know. Cave of Wonders. Now, why didn't I have that mod in my mod list? It might be the very colorful interiors, even though I get that each of them follows a different element. Minor it is smoothing everything out, fixing some missing room. Yeah, I guess you would need particularly good resistance to elements. Maybe I'll find a cave one of these days. Okay. I'm not good at finding things. Apart from the lack of enemies in the first part of the mod is very great. Would be glad to see an expanded version. Okay. Well, let's give it a go. Like I remember now looking at the screenshots, I think it was the very, very colorful cells. But I get this is icy, the white Wemmer, I don't know. This is all fiery OAB. Though it's much older than that, but I would say Melchior. We'll give it a go. Lady Phoenix Rose can build some really good looking interiors. When we did the Morrowind Modding Madness in I want to say 17? Might be 17. She's actually the one who built the exterior. We only see it here. But she built the exterior. Do I have a screenshot of that? There. There it is. She's the one who built the exterior and sort of, you know, built it in the rock. And she also had the interior done. So all of these. Did I add the Dwemer elements? I think the Dwemer elements are hers. I know I added those. She had the interior and it was bare. that was hers as well, and I added things to it. But she built the skeleton of the interior and all the exterior, and it's good looking. And then we did the other one with the 6th house in Solstein. It will be easier if I go, what was it called? Ash and Ice? Ashes and Ice, that's the one. And for that one, it was Lady Fire Phoenix as well as Tsunomix, and we each built a dungeon. And it was cool because each dungeon had like a different flair. This is Tsunomix dungeon. This is mine, I think. This was Lady Fire Rose Phoenix and Tsunomix. Ladies. It's like a pop test. Yeah, I made those guys sick. I did it. I'm sorry. And then I added the scripted events in each of the dungeons. But like she makes really cool interiors. Mostly interiors, but exteriors as well, clearly. Ah, we've already got a birth sign mod. So what now? I am in favor of keeping Vidis. But let's take a quick look just to see. Ooh, wow. I see a lot of things. You have extra magicka, but you have... That is extreme. For the apprentice? For the apprentice, ×3? That's way too strong, I think. But at the same time, this is crazy nuts. Spell absorption 70 with standard magicka and ×4. I think it might be just too much. Too much of everything. So no, I'm not going for this one. And I'm happy with VDs. So that looked interesting. Oh, okay, I think I misread. When I read it, I thought that Creeper was actually, you know, going from Caldera to Balmora to Pelagia to Seidanine, and it was sort of traveling like that. But that's not what it is. I think he's just being given a Wonder AI package, so he's moving about in the mansion, and I wouldn't want that. Well done, guys. Page 132. Unique Racerback. I've actually already picked up... It's not just in the mansion. Okay, so I got... Let me open it again. And I will move around Morrowind and trade with the locals. Okay, but... I mean, this is in Caldera. This is in Caldera. And he goes away. You used it, Easy? Or it's just looking at it? Such a cool mod, it's a shame, doesn't really work for me on vanilla Morrowind. Doesn't appear on the first day of the month in Caldera, and it just seems to never be anywhere. I once got it to spawn in Pelagia, but then he wouldn't move from there even if I let days go by. Perfect solution for multiplayer servers. That would definitely be quite fun. But clearly made with and for Open Morrowind. The only thing blocking is the script. When was that? 24th of June and random. Yeah, so the issue with Morrowind, it seems to be still there. I am not going to risk it, though I really like the fact, you know how there's mods that try to balance Creeper. Famously, Morrowind Rebirth is going to halve how much money he's got. I think the fact that you need to catch him at the right time, at the right place, really helps with the balance. It's a good idea, but if it's not going to work properly, MWC could probably do this. Yeah, definitely. And it, like, honestly, I love the script extender, you know that. But even basic Morrowind scripting can do it. I mean, if MWC can do it better, faster, with less of an impact on memory and FPS, sure. But I don't think every mod needs to have a Lua rewrite. So I'm not going to install it because, honestly, to install it and test it with all the stuff that I will have to do for every of the mods, I don't want to add troubleshooting that. But I like the idea. I really liked it. Then again, in my game, trading is already nerfed a lot. Let's take that. Tell Shadows. Now, in the end, like, it's called Tell Shadows Ancestral Tombs Overhaul. But really, it's, there we go. It's 3 tombs. I'm trying to remember. It used to conflict with one of Remy Rose's tombs, but I think that's been removed. Not sure about the blue, but okay. Alright, let's have it. And if there's a conflict with something else, then, you know, I can edit the cell or remove a cell from the mod. It's not so bad. The idea is to have the majority of the vanilla dungeon modified. Hey, hang on. First, download them, okay? And a few years ago, she did bundle some of them, but after that, I think one of the goals was to increase the mod count. So it's one mod, one dungeon, one mod, one dungeon, one mod, one dungeon, and one mod, the same dungeon but with higher level creatures. And I just don't have the. I mean, now we do have the plugin space, but a plugin for a minor overhaul of a single place. That would definitely be a worthy goal. I am doing weapon replacers, we said, so this is a replacer for gear, for weapons. Oh, that's the one where she put them together, actually. But I definitely don't want veteran. Get sharp, I really like that. Really like that. Magicka recalculated. I already have something for Magicka. That's music. That's for reading the scripts, not something in the game. MCC Leveler, really used to like that one before we got Mort and then Necro's Edit. Definitely one of the best quest mods. Quest for the Golden Mace. The Quest for the Golden Mace is a new quest mod. Ravier has been hearing. Okay, well, check it out. I don't know it. Helnim House Pod. I have enough houses. Though, to be fair, I don't have any in TR. Hey, no problem, Gisp. Gisp? Oh, what time is it? Of course it's 9. That's why. No problem, Glisp. Have a good time and I'll see you around for sure. You have 16 my dungeon mold folders, so you did download all of them. Did you play all of them? I have played a few, and they're fine. Like they're fine, but at the same time, I felt that I wouldn't really have the drive to go and explore, because I know there's nothing to find. Like there's no goal in there. It's just a place to explore. And I haven't explored all of the vanilla locations, so I didn't feel motivated to try all of them. Stripes did a class mod. I didn't know that. We'll see what he did. I have Piano Badgers class mod and I really like them. If they don't overlap, I might get that one as well. Illiterate. Definitely want it. No, and I don't want famous people in my game. Disease creatures. Actually, I think I have House Synthesia. Only some so far. I know a couple have conflicting vampire NPC that need to be fixed. Well, then I'm gonna let you test them and then you'll tell me. I have House mode that should get an update, but I really did like the implementation of the diseases. However, since Half added extra features to his, I will keep it for now. Nordic weapon replacer PBR. I don't want PBR. Different NPCs with the same ID. Oh, that's a major conflict then. It's not just... Okay, so happy to keep it like that. No. That is the one that we downloaded before but turned into a house, so I'm happy with that. Keep track of the book you have read. That is something that I would have for like a personal playthrough where I actually take the time to read the books. But on stream, I wouldn't. Because it takes a lot of time of just me reading. So not for perma. Poverty, you will start poor and hopefully stay poor. Well, thank you. Another Vivek replacer. Let's take a look. I have a Space Devils Vivek replacer and I like it. Yes. No. This is already bundled. This is already bundled. Bundled. MGXE, yes, we do need it. No, because this is bundled in the main quest overhaul from Gavrila. This is a texture. Change the item, I don't want that. Replacer. Nah. So you're the Nerevarine. Yes. I just need to make sure it's not already included in Idle Talk. I'm not sure. Which was the Vivek replacer that in the docks and the rope bridges? You mean a recent one or an older one? A recent one, there's a Vivek No Frill that adds a dock. And that was included in Random Bow's Beautiful Cities of Morrowind. An older one, yeah, with the bridges, and it really adds all kinds of shops and little huts and houses around and a wharf and everything. It is Vivek expansion. Dramatic Vivek is gorgeous, but my computer goes no, and my FPS goes, I'm 2 now. What do you want to do? So, but I absolutely adore it. Dramatic Vivek is gorgeous. I like the fact that each canton, like I could tell where I was, which is amazing. Pillow Mage Manor, yes please. I will take Rubberman's weapon pack, even though I have downloaded individual replacer. So when I install them, I will first put Rubberman's weapon pack, and then on top of it, the unique weapon replacers. City overhauls compatibility is always a problem, but let me show you. Is it redesigned? Is it redesigned Vivek? Let's do this differently. Dramatic. And some of the elements, this I believe Random Bal added it to his beautiful Cities of Morrowind. Like all that clutter. It's beautiful. Each of the cantons has this one is the temple one, so you can actually do some sort of pilgrimage and you look at each of them and guess who they are. That's what I did. Beautiful, beautiful models. The temple again. You can see how the FPS planters, different planters for each of them. Different banners for each of them. And I don't know if we can see it. That's the entrance. Different planters. It's very pretty and quite intricate. I really like it. If I could, I would definitely have it in my permanent mod list. And I'm trying to see, there was... This is quite simple compared to other mods we have, but you know. There. That. I absolutely love that. That there is a sign that tells you which canton you're entering. Really like that. Not so much this is the texture, and you can choose different texture packs. But that I really liked. You might actually like Vivek with this mod. You could. There we go. I prefer that. I think it's my favorite Vivek mod, I think. But FPS. However, for compatibility, because it does not move anything around, all of your quest mods that add, you know, NPCs to Vivek or something to Vivek, it's gonna work. I mean, it could be that the NPC is gonna be a little stuck in the planter. That is possible. The original Vivek is missing a lot. Probably can be said, not to the fault of the game maker, but because of the limitation of the hardware at the time and the engine. I don't know. I think with a little more time, they could have improved without a dramatic hit on the FPS. Like obviously they couldn't have done that because a modern computer will have a hard time running it, especially if you have shaders and distant land and extra NPCs and da-di-da-di-da-di-da. But I think that they really could have, like, there's so little to Vivek in vanilla. You can't tell the cantons apart. Like, the only way is to look at your map and, you know, read. I think it could have been improved. I think. The full vision couldn't have been realized. Breaking everything up into tiny cells. I mean, the interiors, sure. But then the exterior, it's meant to be that majestic and huge place. So I get it. It's a success that way. But at the same time, it's empty. So it loses in it doesn't impress so much because it's just empty. Oh, my chocolate is melting. But yeah, a small touch, small but impactful touch is like more sign would have been. Yeah, I think at some point, you know, Mournhold feels even emptier. True. And Mournhold, they don't even have the excuse of, you know, they have to push out the game. They have to. Like, when they have an expansion, they really should take the time to do it properly. Yeah. My favorite Bosmo. You know her. That guy traumatized me with my Bard playthrough. I was actually like going along the walls to make sure he wouldn't see me. That was just so bad. So bad. So I've taken this. Round armor complete. How are you? We have now Advanced NPCs by QQQBBB. Not sure I know that mod. Sorry, one of the first uploads from Vidiaqua. Thus spoke the Sixth House. Certain unique members of the Sixth House will give you the chance to speak with them. Let's check that out. No resting, I don't need that. Maintain veteran wall. Could be good. Not Fargoth? No, not Fargoth. Maybe Fargoth and Gaynor are brothers and Fargoth just got the short end of the stick. I don't know that any of them got the better end of the stick. Hey, hey, one of Merlord's first mod. No. I don't want more detail, I want optimized. No. A new village, but does it have quest? I'm guessing it's just a place. Balmoral Guild expanded, yes. We're waiting for that update. Loose, pressure. Erengard Mines. I did like Erengard Mines. I like business mods. Maybe, I don't know. Permadeath. Could I ever have the need to be a mine owner? I will be able to be clothing shop owner, a tavern owner. So I suppose why not get a mining business? And I want Morrowind crafting. I don't know. I will have to ask Denina actually if the IDs have been modified from Morrowind Crafting 2 to Morrowind Crafting 3. We'll see. I already have quite a few houses. Mother's Resource. Denina's hot beverages. Yes, we want to buy tea and coffee. Thieves, I have enough houses. I absolutely adore that mod. This is not something for permadeath, but essentially I'll open it and I'll show you fishy sticks. Classic. Get Shop. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I think it works really well with Merlord's realistic repairs. This is a deluxe forge for your talented armorer. And no, we don't want rebirth. Addition, like even a few static NPC doing animation and holding stuff like Pilgrim and Prayers, yeah, they do a lot. In that way, animated Morrowind does help. Friends and Foes has NPCs in Mournhold as well, by the way. Just letting you know. This is a gameplay mod. I met Vivek for the first time on my newbie playthrough. I'm taking notes on mods for the future. Vivek is confusing enough at first, but paradoxically the right addition could actually make it less so, potentially like stuff that makes it obvious which canton you're... Yeah, for Vivek, like Vivek expansion, the old mod is massive. FPS, ouch. But it does add a lot of things to it, so exploring Vivek is gonna take hours, which is fun. That's a quest mod, we know it, we love it. And now I know where to find those stupid members of the Thieves Guild and that cave. I finally found it. This is a quest mod, thank you. Okay, quest for the Golden Mace. Rolled Fig, never heard of that modder, but it doesn't mean anything. There's a new quest mod. Ravier has been hearing strange sounds coming from his basement. It's up to you to investigate what is going on. Discover an ancient dungeon of a Reach warlord called Domini who left behind a special weapon. So that is a special weapon. Not entirely sure about the textures. They feel a little plain. Not that I could do better, okay. This is using the stronghold tile set. No, I won't take it. I'm not in love with the weapon. And the stronghold tile set somewhere beneath Balmora, just it's too much of a stretch for me. So, stripes, more classes. Artificer, Adventurer, Alchemist, Archimage, Baker, Brawler, Caster, Clothier. Alright, I won't take it, not because the classes are bad, that's not what it is, but a lot of them are either also probably with different stats. I don't know, it doesn't show, but a lot of them are actually either in TR, and I have a mod that makes them playable, and other things like Artificer, Pianos, class mod has them. Yeah, I think they would overlap with a lot of the ones I have available. They're not bad though. Sharpshooter, isn't Sharpshooter vanilla? Shaman as well. Maybe it's not a playable one. Trader. So no, because it overlaps with what I already have. Illiterate, yes. We need to not be able to read when our character is dumb. Which is fun and gameplay mod, and also it gives us a goal when we have a character who cannot read. Learning how to read can be a goal. I like that. So let's take a look at this Vivek replacer from Natinet. We have vanilla. Interesting. Interesting. It's not a bad one, and I've never used it, so I am tempted because I've used Space Devos quite a lot. Let me show you Space Devos. If there's a mysterious undiscovered dungeon right under Balmora, it's kind of funny, but it's not very uncommonly heard of tropes. Balmora Underworld, yes, there's also Balmora... Is it the one that adds a whole sewer system? I think. Hey, Zero! Lovely to see you, Zero. Why did I mention you earlier? Oh yes, I was giving an example of clever additions that make use of what's in the game and enhance it. And I mentioned your Uncharted artifact. That's why. How are you doing, Zero? It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm guessing life's been keeping you pretty busy. South Wall, yes. Dwemer Ruin there, it's amazing. All the stuff that's beneath Balmora. You have Stronghold, Cave, Houses, Dwemer Ruins, Torture Chambers, and many other things. What did I want to show you guys? Vivek by Space Devo. Divine Vivek, that's the one. They built Balmora on a layer of cake of adventure. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So that's the Vivek replacer that I selected for this install. I didn't take the one with the flame though. I think Vivek looks so creepy. A vampire nightclub, yes. I like this Vivek because you know what we were saying earlier on about Morrowind not being black or white, and so there's this bad guy that's presented to you, but you don't really quite know, and then there's those good guys, the gods, like benevolent gods, no less. But then as you progress, you're like not entirely sure about their motives and what happened. And that's why I like this replacer, because Vivek is just creepy. is really creepy. But I've used this one already a few times, whereas I've never used that one before. The style reminds me a little bit of, like the textures, remind me a little bit of what Rubberman does, where it has the sort of a grayer textures. I don't know, guys. What do you think? New one that I've never tried before, or Space Devos that I like because it's so weird. Tell me. Think about it. Think it over and tell me while I read up what you said. I mean, at least there's an old well-known ruin right in the Balmora that everyone knows about and is probably already looted. It's the one thing that would be better, but hey, we live right on top and never knew about this for years until you showed up. Yeah. You've been good, absent, new jobs and such. Oh, you know what? Life first, Morrowind second, unfortunately. But I'm ready to get back into things. Yes. So, speaking of things, I do really want to make that modder's resource with you. You know, that gorgeous Redoran and Hlalu and Telvanni textures you have. I think that, you know, the same way we created the furniture pack for Pimp My Shrine, using those and possibly some of your wood texture would make such a gorgeous modder's resource for the great houses. It might motivate people to finally overhaul great houses again. Just saying, but I'm gonna let you settle down before you start modding. And also May Modathon is coming up, so that could be a good opportunity. I think there would be gorgeous modders resources, and then somebody else can you know, overhaul the Hlalu Council and the Redoran Council and whatnot, because they're good. Backgrounds are nice, textures are better. Your textures are just gorgeous. Do you mind if I show? I think you did share them on Discord. If I can find them again. Where did you share them? Would it be on Showcase? I think. If I look at things from Zero Fox. Where do I find things? Huh. Am I so silly? I want to search from. Did you change your handle? Are you not there anymore? Because if I scroll up showcases, it's just gonna take forever. Even if I look for something that has an image, at least I can search for images. Not in mod making, but in none of those. In channel, what's it called? Showcase. Okay. Well, that's a lot. From, has, file, before, after. Discord for yes. It's just gonna take forever to scroll all the way back to that. I mean, that was what, a few weeks ago? Between, you know, the actual showcases and then the memes. I'm never gonna find. If anyone can find out sooner than me, please drop the link in the chat. Because this is just bad. From user. Yes, please do. Like, if you PM them to me directly, that'd be great. And also, that is found. Thank you so much, Huskobar. You might be gone already, but thank you so much for that. That will be very nice. Just let me know when you've sent them, and then I'll show the chat. So Vivek, Space Devil, creepy and weird, or this one? I need you to tell me, guys. I can't. I'm low on coffee. I've been talking non-stop for 3 hours and a half. Which one do you prefer? Not that many permadeath characters live long enough to ever meet Vivek, but when they do, it should be quite rewarding. You vote for the new one? He's still very creepy, yes. The eyes are kind of weird, actually. You know what they remind me of? They remind me of the Jungle Book, the original Disney. The snake, you know, when it does the weird eye things. That's what it reminds me of. I'll go with that, Silvercat. Thank you for deciding for me. We do have the Morrowind coat patch, no problem. Ka, that's the one. Can't do it, obviously. That'd be worrisome. Now that could be a cool power. So this is a replacer, and this is a creature replacer. I know it looks weird, but that's what it is. It's a creature replacer. And also Divine Dagoth. No, we're keeping Divine Vivek. That's why I also like to have it, because Space Devo has a cool replacer for all the Dagoth, like Dagoth Ur and the others. And so, you know, they are coherent. But here we go. Doing good. We're doing good. So that is downloaded. Thank you. Randomized Cardgen, of course, must have this mod. Cannot play permadeath without it. It's absolutely crucial. I mean, if I didn't have it, this is a Cardgen mod. If I didn't have it, I would have to. Do I still have my blog? No. Here's the alternative to using this gorgeous mod. It's a Pete, right? It's Pete's mod. The option that I have is to use my little wheels. You sent me the backgrounds. I see them. Let's have a look. Oh, they're gorgeous. Yeah, okay, you're gonna take too long to load. But I would have those wheels that would give me a race. That's what I did at the very beginning. And these are... So that is the first texture that Zero Fox created during the mod jam. You were inspired by the mod jam. I take that as a victory personally. And so I really think that, first of all, they work as really cool desktop backgrounds, because there's all the houses. But then the fabric in itself can be used to make furniture for House Redoran, and then banners, gorgeous without Redoran. Telvanni looks really good. I like the pattern, almost like, I mean, it's inspired by plants, so that makes sense for the Telvanni and their mushrooms. Very cool. And they're tileable. I expected no less from you, Zero. No less, nothing less than perfection. And Hlalu. But the banners without Hlalu. The banners will be great. And then furniture, the chairs, using that. The rugs might need a different texture. But I'm sure there's so much to do. They're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And they would work as a... They would work as lovely... no, I should go. I should go to original to have the full depth. Save image as... I'm gonna put you on my desktop. My desktop is going to hate me for that. I mean, right now, that's my desktop. And you can tell when I'm not really coping with everything because I don't keep it as clean as I would like, but let's try this out. It's like trying out a new pair of shoes. Set as textures. Background. Where did I... Yeah, that's exactly the plan, Silvercat. I don't know if you've seen Pimp My Shrine. If not, you should check it out, because it's definitely a great mod. And I would think it is a great mod, even if I didn't, you know, work on it as well. Oh, that looks really good. And anyway, for a Pimp My Shrine, Zero made a couple of textile and wood textures, and then I just slapped them on all kinds of furniture, and there was a whole new set. I like that. I'm gonna keep it. Telvanni is not even my favorite house. I don't have a favorite house, okay? Maybe Hlalu because it's the first one I played, but I'm well aware it's not necessarily the best one. I think it looks cool. And I like that the side of it is dark so I can see my icons anyway. Okay, back to mod shopping. Thank you so much, Zero Fox, and yeah, gorgeous assets. Thought went into the patterns. Well, clearly. But I'm not surprised because you're a perfectionist with what you do. Like how many times you show me something and I say, wow, that's great, I love it, it's perfect. And you go, but what about, and I go, yeah, okay, yeah. And then I look at it and go, okay, now it's even more perfect. And you go, but what about? I go, perfectionist. All right, we have picked our Vivek. So that is done. MGXE, obviously. It's a must, and I like the manual install. I'm not sure the HUD mods. I think they're quite old. We can look at this is a utility. I wanted patterns that told the story of the house itself. You know what we need to do, Zero? What we need to do is, you and I, we need to get on voice, and you can talk about your mods, like you did with Uncharted Artifact. Same thing with your ABC for Barbarians. Like, most people look at it and go, yeah, it's a book, but so much thought, thinking, and time, and tweaks, and work went into creating those guys. You have no idea. So if you look at it quickly, you go, oh yeah, sure, it's pretty, it's good. But it's not like, you know, it was pretty just like that. I don't want to look at them. Like, it's been a while since we talked about them, and now that I've forgotten a little bit about it, I want to have the pleasure of discovering it in game again. Redderman Square. No, I missed it, Zero. So sorry. Thank you for pointing it out. Redderman is square-ish because they're like order. Telvanni is organic and fine because they are elitist and live in mushroom. Lalu has sharp points because of their shrewd business. Let me pull them up again. So yes, order, and that's the Redderman color in the first place. Telvanni, that's what I said. It's plant, and also, you know, that pattern. It's very like regal, which goes with what you're saying, right? Fine, and Hlalu, that almost looks like cogs, and I'm thinking stratagems and plots. No, they're absolutely gorgeous. So, like, happy to work with you to make the furniture, but honestly, I'll be happy if you do anything, something with them. I know it's gonna be. So this one, I already have it on my mod list, so no need to download it again. So you're the Narrow Green, by fact official, and non-issue sense of delight from being called the Narrow Green. Okay, you got me. I think I already had it. You're gonna do it for sure. Brilliant. I wouldn't mind too much, Lalu, if they weren't partially supporting the Kamanatong. After, yeah, but like Murdercrats, how far did you get into the Lalu quest line? If not, I don't want to spoil it for you. But with the Camonotong, it sort of evolves a little bit. Redoran are alright, but they are a bit stuffy, I think. Yeah, Redoran remind me, they really remind me, okay, so you do know that eventually, so I guess they're a means to an end. It's very cynical of House Lalu to support them while there's something to gain. But, you know, that's House Lalu for you. Redoran, for me, they remind me of a paladin, like in D&D. I don't like playing a paladin. I feel they're boring because there's only one choice. It's the goody one, the goody one, the bestest goody one. So they're not fun to play. And then in terms of skills anyway, they're not cool. And Redoran, I feel that they're a little bit too one-dimensional. Then again, it's not like I have played them a lot. It's not like I've read everything there is to read in-game about them. I'm sure there's a lot more to it, but at first glance, they're like, yeah, stuffy, like you said. I think I might be a little biased to Telvanni, because of how many times I've said levitate like a normal person. I don't think anyone had doubt about that. Very true. Redoran as well. Lalu and Telvanni have the fun characters. They do. They do. Redoran, they're not fun. That's a fact. Did I download that already? No. And that goes to... It's not technically an audio mod, but because I have a number of audio mods that sort of overlap with dialogue and conversation, this is an audio dial mod. It makes sense, okay? In my head I have a system. It makes sense. There's in Dungeons and Dragons the anti-paladin from the Best of White Dwarf magazine. Hey Gaigar, welcome back. Lovely to see you again. Nobody likes Therana or Curio. No, you're right. They do not have any sort of iconic character. And iconic could be you love them or you hate them, but Redoran just doesn't make you feel anything. Again, maybe it would be... I'm definitely adding this one, for sure. Maybe it would be worthwhile to play House Redoran and to take the time to read the dialogue. This is a what mod? This is a quest mod / furniture mod, but I'm putting that on the quest. Redoran has one relative eccentric kinda off the beaten path. Don't need to do it to advance fully. True. BRB lurking again, no problem, Gaigar. No problem. They will remove that, makes sense. How the remaining are mean. There's a Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, I've read that, sorry. Okay. That I already said I wanted to take it. Morrowind Manor is a memorable quest at least. Yeah, but what happened there? This is a replacer for gear, for weapon. It makes sense, don't worry. So, advanced NPCs. I don't... Oh, see, no, I do remember that. I do remember that. And in the end, I did not keep it because I felt it slowed down the game quite a bit. I'm saying greeting, slaves are greeted, greeting distance, distance to player, probability of mentioning the weather. I like that because anything that gives you the impression that you're not the only person who's got a life in the game is so good. But I'm a little worried that in the end, what happens is it's going to be a little bit like in Oblivion when you walk past NPC and you hear them saying, you know, greetings, Sarah, and another one says, you know, hey there. So I'm not sure that, like, I like what it wants to do, but I'm not sure that in the end. Oh yes. That. Now I remember I did test it and I did feel the FPS. But I like the intent behind it, though I'm not sure that when it does its thing, it's something you'd want, even though it makes perfect sense. I've never downloaded the mod. I'm sure I did. Maybe not when I was logged in. So no on this one. No on this one. Moo, hello. I've never played Veteran without LG NPC Suite, which does a great job of making it more fun. True. And the one time I've done House Redoran, because so many people have told me about how boring it is, and I've tried a few times, but I just didn't get into it. So I did play it with LG NPC, and I liked it because I didn't know what was vanilla and what wasn't. Admittedly, most of the quests weren't vanilla, but it certainly kept me busy. I don't want to be OP. Please talk to me out of it. No, be OP all you want. You mean in your game? As in your character is now level 100 and you've killed every guard, you've murdered Vivek, Almalexia and Sothasil and you don't know what to do? If that's what you mean, then I can talk to you about it, for sure. Go into Dagenfell and everyone is just shouting, "Seen any elves?" Yes, something like that. Yeah, okay, I'm glad you feel the same way, but I like it's the sort of things you go, yeah, that's cool. Hey Chato, long time no see, welcome back. Make the game harder. Yeah, that would do the trick. Lol, 10 plus years later, I finally got around to playing House Redoran. Have you been a little bit inspired by the mod jam? I take it as a personal victory. Achievement. It's more like achievement. That after the mod jam, a number of people said, oh, you know what, I think my next character will be Redoran. Let's see if it's as bad as I remember, basically. Hopefully it won't be, but who knows. If you want a harder fight, go and kill the last 5 hands. Where are the last 5 hands? Go and kill the leech. You know, the one in the tribunal when you're level 100 and you've never entered the cell before. If you want to fight, don't go near Karstag. Well, I mean Karstag to like for the final fight in Blood Moon. The last 5 hands of Almanxia, how does fight in the game? Which, you know, I don't think I've ever done that because I have not finished the tribunal quest. I have not. I got lost in Sothasil, okay? Sure, it was modded and I didn't have the latest version with the patches, but still, I didn't finish tribunal. One day I will. More Deadly Morrowind Denizen is really good, but Moo, I don't know how far you are in your game. Is everything too easy because your character has leveled up to such a point that everything is easy? In which case, installing mods is not going to do anything. If you're level 10 and you feel that things are too easy, then yes, mods like More Deadly Morrowind Denizens, Friends and Foes, will definitely make things a little... You just haven't started the main quest, or you've been running around having fun, which is fine because level 40, no, you're a god. Is your game modded? If your game is not modded, level 40, that's it. That's it. You're a god, or nearly a god. That being said, even at level 40, Tribunal and Blood Moon are going to be quite challenging. You think this is covered by patch for purists? Which one is it? Which would be good. I reach godhood in vanilla by level 10. Vanilla, honestly, I mean, I haven't played it in a long time. Does patch for purists list all the things that have been added to it? Probably in the readme, but not here in the description. I'm gonna take your word for it, Prof. Balmora's Guild expanded. Yes, we love it. Even without the update that Luce has been promising us for, I want to say 2 years. Yeah, give or take. This is a Vista Balm. That way, when I go in to install my mod, I will have all the mods that change Balmora together, so I can work out the Lord order between them. So that is done. Blood Moon without Boots of Speed or Invisibility is pretty hard. Blood Moon is tough. Really, really tough. I played it once only with what I felt was an OP character, a fighter, with OP weapons. They were modded weapons and way better than vanilla weapons. My armor was also, you know, Daedric plus sort of thing. And I struggled at the end. Like, I really struggled. Those bloody werewolves, they just destroyed everything. And I ran out of hammers. And then I was like, okay, you and me. Fist or close, depending. Yeah. So even at level 40, go for Blood Moon and Tribunal if you haven't played them yet. Assuming they are unmodded, the level is going to be quite difficult. I was just looking through the version history document, and it lets a bunch of Ascended Sleepers and Ash Vampires talk to you. Okay, so it does the same thing. It might not be exactly that, but it's roughly the same implementation. The vanilla game is chock full of exploit, yes. Even like drinking 5 Sujamma as once. Yeah, you drink 5 Sujammas, and then you just need to swing your sword and just have one lucky hit, and whatever you're fighting exploded and dead. That's right. Yeah, I remember you made that suggestion, Prof, because yeah, with realistic repairs, you're pretty much out of luck. Let's say that. There are exploits even without mods. They are exploits especially without mods, actually. Just take alchemy and enchant, just those two, and you build up your intelligence and blah 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 blah. I mean, if you know the exploit, then you know it, and if you don't, if you really want to know it, you will Google it. But yes, I remember Zero. Sorry, getting late. You did recommend that I buy it, and I have it, and it is a lifesaver. It really is, and it's quite cheap. Like, it's not a massive investment, so you can get it earlier on, and it gives you 10 seconds to just get the heck out of there. You go for it every time. Now I know where to find it every time. So that and the orcish armor, but I try to not take it every time. I don't actually. Yes, indeed, it refers to any potion, posing and drinking. Yeah, not in my game. In my game, you drink a potion, you have to wait 5 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in a fight, it's long. It's way, way, way long. You can steal every store and sell it back to them. No, Moo, actually, not true. Even in vanilla, if you steal, say you steal the soul gems from Galbadir, and then you try to sell them to her, she will attack you, and she will know that you stole them from her. So it's a vanilla thing, actually. If you try to sell something that has ownership of the trader and you sell it to the trader, they will freak out. Then it's a fact that not everything in the shop has been assigned ownership, so you can sell it. But like within the game mechanics, that's the way it is. That kind of trinket will become balanced on its own if you remove free automatic passive recharging of enchanted item. I have the MCP option where enchanted item you have a cooldown, and again you have to wait 5 seconds to cast whatever enchantment you have on your item, and that really makes things a lot more difficult. You can't, heal yourself with Fargothring. In fact, Fargothring is pretty much useless the way we're supposed to be. Vibudenge, I'm gonna go with that. Correct me if it's just too far from the truth. You're the one who made friends and foes. That is me. Indeed, I did. I need to update it. I really want, like, most of the bugs have been crushed. It's a matter of playing it a lot to get the little things now. But I want to have new features, new type of encounters. but I don't have the will to mod it again. Like Friends and Foes, I've been working non-stop on it for 4 months, and I need to get away from it for a bit. That mod is so cool concept when you de-level it to 100. De-leveling with Friends and Foes or Cliff Racer is yeah, is a challenge. I did do a run. It was Outlaws at the time, but the Outlaws enemy have been modified, improved, and then put in Friends and Foes anyway. But I did a de-leveled run with Outlaws. It was my Morrowind Rebirth run. I started in Dagonfell as a Nord. My handicap was that I was not allowed to travel to some place unless I had walked to it first. So there I was with my level 1 Nord on a little island surrounded by level 100 NPCs here and there. And I couldn't get out of here. Fortunately, I got lucky and I got the ring that would allow me to water walk for 10 seconds. So I would very slowly, when I saw an enemy, I would just hide, really hide, and then run from the enemies. And then I would go highland hopping until we made it to Vardenfell itself. And then again, like just getting out of Dagonfell was such a challenge. It was fun, super fun. But yeah, definitely, like I would not de-level my game with Friends and Foes, not without tweaking removing actually the NPCs, or I don't know, or removing it, blacklisting it from the de-leveler. I think it does make for a nasty thing. Let me catch up with you guys. Oh, Chaotic Travis, hello, welcome on in. The one and only Danae, yep, that's me. One and only. You couldn't handle 2 of me. That would be like people like Merlord, they would just go nuts with my requests and suggestions and why don't you do this and why don't you add that. No, I don't think that would be good. Machine Gun Poison Ring. Yeah, hey Markand, welcome back as well. Lovely to see you. No, can't do that with Morrowind code patch, and I think it's good. I think it's really good. I'm also building a new mod list from scratch. That's pretty cool. But hang on, you were using comics, right? For your previous install, you were using Comic Rings mod list, and now you're making your own? Ah, you have joined the dark side. Welcome. By recharging, I didn't mean that. I meant actually recharging, which is not surprising if you didn't understand that, because with the vanilla GMSTs, the recharging mechanic is almost non-existent. Well, as time passes, it does come back ever so slowly. I'm doing it super slow while I play. Yeah, I mean, that's the way you do it. Like, you need to play the game a lot, and you need to have played a lot of mods to be able to choose the ones that you want for your next game. And then your next game, and then your next game. It's never ending, but that's why we love it. Friends and Foes is awesome. Congrats. Thank you. Looking Fly and armor, so good. Which armor is your favorite? Ah, maybe. I need to increase the difficulty of my game. Easy, medium, hard, very hard. A little bit. A little. I don't know. Let me think. Let's not. I think it is of the people who play and mod and stream Morrowind. It could be that my install is the most challenging. But then I'm the one who dies a lot and hardly ever makes it past level 5. Level 5 is like so good. So yeah, possibly. Though when it comes to super hard install for Skyrim, for example, then Charmed Barian definitely has the most challenging Skyrim install I've seen. Not that I've seen everyone playing Skyrim, but I've seen quite a few. But Morrowind, it might be me. You found a really useful magical item and keep using it. Sure, okay, you can use that even over and over, but once it runs out, you have to invest into it to recharge it, like everything else, magicka, repair, armor, buy, but in vanilla, the item recharges on its own while you sleep. Yeah. So you want something that removes the progressive recharging. I really like Sphinx mod. MWC Enchanting Services, is it? Yeah, that one. Where, I mean, it's there. I don't know why I click on it. It's not much bigger. Where you can actually pay NPCs to recharge an item instantly. So I like that. I also really like the approach of 4NM. So it was already implemented in 4NM Magic, but it is refined, improved, and made even harder in 4NM Overhaul, where essentially an item, an enchanted item, is going to recharge a little more based on your enchantment skill, but also it can actually be more efficient if you have a high enchantment skill, so I like that. But there's tons and tons and tons and tons, and then more tons of it, of gameplay changes, so it's just a fraction of what the mod does. I made a little tweak to cap the enemy level to 30. Feels more balanced that way. Oh, if you unlevel, if you de-level, definitely. Definitely. Though it's really quite a thrill to sort of hide from the NPCs and run and look back and hope that they're not there and then realize that, yes, they're still there. Fun times. I did de-level with my slave run. It was also de-leveled. And I had also Morrowind Advanced in there, but I think I removed it because I was just surrounded by and giants. That was Rebirth. I had outlaws and giants, and it was de-leveled. It was just nuts. Absolutely nuts. Actually, I mean, I don't want to... No, that's not it. That's Helluva. I don't want to brag, but I will anyway. Right now, we're at 450. And my current permadeath, I think we were at 600 or something. Eh. They're not all enabled in permadeath, but you know, close enough. And now I won't have to merge them, so that's good. Still need to troubleshoot them and everything, but it's not as bad. It's not that fun watching a level 40 character with mostly 80 stats. Too many streamers like that. I quite enjoy the real life and death struggle. Come to my permadeath. We die. So much. It's kind of funny how the enchant charge thing better implemented in Skyrim than in Morrowind. Especially considering Morrowind doesn't have passive magicka regen. Sakra has over 2,500 mods and mostly on graphical modes. Sakra... We're talking about Skyrim now? Or are we talking about a different game? I'm not sure. Tabris, enlighten me. Explain to me. This is good. Oh, the Storm Archer. Sean Varian might be down a few hundred mods because he has kept merging his patches to include more mods. Yeah, like Skyrim's install, Sean Varian install is crazy. I don't even know he's got a beast of a computer and he's got a couple of virtual machines and like he knows what he's doing, not just with the game and modding it, but computer and everything. 2,500 mods, that's a lot. But is there such a thing as too many mods? The Storm, that's a mod by Gabrielo or Alice. And I want it. I know I want it. Pincushion, I've already downloaded it. Shrine of Mount Asana BB, I like it, but Beautiful Cities of Morrowind already has something. Portator, no, this one is part of the overhaul, main quest overhaul, so it's included in another one. Yes, Love Pillow Hunt, you betcha I want it. This is absolutely necessary. That's the one I was telling you about, and I don't think like it doesn't have as many downloads and endorsement as Murlode's other mod, but it makes sense. If you have a shield and you crouch, you hunker down, you can't move, but you have greater defense. I like it. I think everybody should use it. That's what I'm saying. Where was I? Skyrim, yes. Okay, good. I was confused for a second. Has been working on it for years. You don't improvise such a mod list. It's only too much if you aren't enjoying it anymore, because the real way to play Bethesda game is you do you, definitely. I mean, I've said that. I'm sure I've said that many times. I just don't like when people are told you play that mod. Like, even if somebody plays the graphic and sound overhaul, and like I saw someone playing it and I was like, oh yeah, I've got this and that, and like I would never tell them, oh, you're such an idiot for using that. It's buggy and it's ugly and it's outdated. You do tell them, you know, it's quite old and there might be mods that you'd like better than that one. You do tell them, you know, even the author recommends not using it because he realized after a few years that there were a few issues. You do inform them, but you don't tell them they're idiots for playing a particular mod. So that's my take. And even if somebody plays a mod with I don't know, you know, machine guns and stuff, it's their game. Like, as long as they don't force me to play with machine guns in my game, I'm perfectly fine with it. So yeah, you do you, definitely. Is getting all the body pillows a permadeath win condition? It could be, couldn't it? But wow, I'm absolutely crap at finding things. Like, even if you tell me, you put me in a room, the index, the propylon index. I was in a tiny room in one of the Vivek cantons, one of the lower levels, waste work, that's the word. And so it's in that room, for sure it's that room. And I looked for it for 20 minutes before I could find the bloody thing. Like, even when I know it's there, I can't see it. Now imagine when I have no idea it's there. I mean, the pillows are quite big. And what I found quite recently, even though I had been in the cell so many times, so I was pleased with myself, but I will not say anything because that's just not nice. But yeah, that would be a fun goal, definitely. I've used Requiem last time I played Skyrim. I like Requiem a lot, to be honest. It makes a lot of sense to me, but I think it makes a lot of sense to someone who comes from Morrowind. Might not work for someone who plays Skyrim for the first time. They go, why? Why? Requiem is quite well balanced, and adding in mod would break that anyway. Yeah, it's a whole, it works on its own. I feel the same way about 4NM that I showed you there. Because it makes so many changes and they are really well thought out, adding any sort of a rebalance mod into that is just a terrible idea, I think. I can't remember what I did, but I did finally get the darkness from MSGO for interiors a bit closer. East Empire Company expansion, a quest mod the author hates and tells people not to use. Is that Drunken Mud Crab? I think it is, right? It is, I remember. But it's still there. It's still there. Like, you can't miss it. But it's nice that it's still there. 30 new intense quests. It's a shame because we could use a good East Empire Company expansion. That faction definitely needs some love. I don't think I would be able to find the provided indexes unless I looked at the wiki to find them. I found some, but it's too well hidden. I mean, it's, you know, it's a type of quest, and some people like it, like find a thing, like a needle in the proverbial haystack. I know I just don't have the patience for it. If I know it's there, I will. But if it might be there, And where were we? Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. No, I will have Heidi Hall. It was quite nice, actually. I'll need to take a look again to see if I want to add it. I already have a dozen houses. Travel trunk, yes, definitely. The fat leg drop off, I did like that, if I remember properly. OP unique item, no thank you. Weather adjuster, already downloaded. Great house ring, when you join a great house. You know what I would like? I'm gonna take a look at it. What I would quite like is to be given a signet when you join the house, and then as you get to higher ranking, you're given a more powerful version of the signet. I would like that quite a bit, but I don't think that's what it is. Dome, sweet dome. Nice one. Nice one. Common shoe bag, art script, Winds of Morrowind. That's the sound. And I already have Aura for sounds and Muse that I used to add extra environment sounds, so I don't think I need extra. Atlas Steel Strider. Isn't it part of Atlas now? We'll check. Swamp Fever, I think that was a little difficult. I don't remember actually. Balmora Hidden Home. Oh, System Layer, I like that one. Actually, for that one, I did the, not the review, that's not true. I did the voiceover for the showcase on Dark F Guy's channel. It was like a whole 2 minutes, something like that, which was not very long. It's just a small place, and I don't have Deg's way with words, how he can describe things. Like I just say, and here's a bed. Looks comfy. I've played it a little bit, and it has a game-breaking bug that disables a portal when you start the related quest instead of when you finish it. Ouch. It just need a variable change in the script. You know, it might be one of those mods that deserve to get a redux, and but then if it's really if it's really far from the lore of the game, just fixing the bugs might not be enough to make it a staple mod. Worm's Tooth for Skyrim is fantastic, but it makes you all like a really dumb question. It makes you ask like really dumb questions. It makes you ask why the East Empire Company would care about the dragons. Oh yeah, because no merchant at all would ever worry about dragon. Nah, it's not like dragon could sink a boat. They're not in the water. Okay, system layer, yes. Move along, add a topic to move along NPC. I prefer Abbott's mod for that. Palace of Beck, I do like that. Remirose's Nordic weapon, yes please. Veteran dungeon, not for permadeath. Okay, let's stop. I'm selecting things. So hidey hole. I like that actually. Like the entrance is very clever. It seems a little big for a hidey hole. It feels quite spacious. I like that you have a little house inside the cave. Ooh, and Ashfall compatible because it uses a vanilla campfire. Not an awful lot of containers here. I see a couple of urns. Display. There might be a few more things. And then it's just outside. Quite a few actually, crates outside. Yeah, I'll take it. I really like the entrance actually. Might be nice for a smuggler sort of character. And it's close to Narmok. And Fargoth knows about it. Alright, let's take that. And this is a house mod. Travel trunk, a lovely mod. Possibly underrated. Yeah, totally underrated. This is a very, very cool mod. Basically, when you rent a room in any of the inns, you will find that chest. So it's a very lore friendly way to, you know, not have a house and live in inns, but have access to some of your stuff. So for me, that's definitely add to my mod list. And this is what? This is not exactly a house mod. It's not exactly, it's a bit, I'd say, it's a gameplay mod. Yeah, it's very handy, and it's also balanced. There we go. That's what it says. It is balanced because you have access to your stuff once you make it back to town. It's not like you know, a lot of house mods, they give you an amulet and boom, you're in the house. It's instantaneous. It doesn't cost stamina or anything or magicka. This, I feel, is very balanced because yes, you can access your stuff, but you're gonna have to go to town first, and you're gonna have to get a room as well. So I really like it. It's a Superstars travel trunk. The drop off, I did like it. Was there some compatibility thing? No, I'm thinking Gavilos mod as the Thieves Guild in Narmok. And you know, we like a little bit of humor. Thieves Guild in Narmok. Okay, good. But I was not sure if Gavilo added the Thieves Guild in Flatwood or in Narmok. So this is a win. The drop off. My goodness, it's just, let's double check again. So if we're looking at this one, it would be part of, I'm not seeing it. The drop off. Yes, it is. Thank you, Soka Cat. Okay, good. So we are not downloading it. Did I already put it on my list? No, I'm not. Oh, that's the old one. Okay. Dome of Meditation. No, I hadn't added it already. Good. Thanks. Good catch. Really good catch. So these rings. Fortify Mercantile and Speechcraft, Levitate, 1 point for 15 seconds. Okay, it's not OP. Definitely not OP. I really like the idea that you would be given the ring and you get a, oh, that's the mod by Stripes, nice. And you get a stronger version when you have a higher rank. So no. Atlas Strider. I'm surprised it's not. Let's check Project Atlas itself. No, the Cell Strider is not included in it. So let's get that. I did say I don't want to have too many graphical changes, but optimizing and atlasing, that is definitely good. Replacer, creature. Gotcha. Swamp Fever. I wonder, a while ago I decided not to get a quest mod because I thought I remembered it was not balanced, and now I'm not sure. Oh. Once again, sorry for the comments, Rubberman. There's an updated project outline on the Discord. That one that they have not published yet. Would that be... They have their own channel, right? No, it's Mob that has its own channel. And Mob was updated recently. Where was it? Was it in Showcase, maybe? Do you remember where it was, Marcos? Yeah, oddly enough, it's not a hosted mod. Alright, I'll make a search later on. I've already demonstrated how not good I am at finding things. But I'll take a note. Atlas Discord. So that mod. Spoiler, got the deed edit, just I can't find evidence, it's compatible with drop-off, suggested level requirement, what's the update for? Cool little quest, enjoyed it. That was a while ago, so I'm pretty sure it's been fixed. Not sure. I'll skip it for now. This one I know I want. I like it. And not because I did the voice for the showcase. Just because I like it. In fact, I offered to do the voice for that one because I liked it. Palace of Vec by Enclave Killer. This is a nice little update. And because it does the interior, it doesn't have, you know, Vivek. You want to be super careful before you mod Vivek the city. But because that's there's a little bit there outside. But this one is nice. I like it. Added, download. And that goes to the category Vista. Vivek. Thank you. I think Ramirez also did the silver weapons, which I would grab, but also I said I only changed the graphics of NPCs, clothing, armor, gear, basically. This is a replacer for the gear for the weapon. That is a little quest. Oops, I forgot to add it. Added. So many of them. I have found the Geope pillow, the Azura pillow, and Mera Milo pillow. That's it. 3 out of... I'm not seeing the number. Well, many. Let's just go with that. 3 out of many found. Definitely add to the mod list. All right, I'll grab those 3 mods while I'm here. This is loot. Loot is like items and everything. This is a quest gameplay, and I know it's good, and I know I want it. And this is so that we may buy tea and coffee. Is there a lusty Argonian? I don't think so. I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Because I haven't seen all of them, so it could be. I mean, considering the tone of the mod, it might be. And it would be fun to find it. But then again, do we know? This is item. Do we really know what the lusty Argonian looks like? And this one, I said I was not downloading it. I absolutely love it. It allows you to edit the entries. You can search the entries of your journal much better than the vanilla system you have. Then you can edit those entries. You can create whole new entries, and any picture that you've seen in a book, a scroll, you can actually insert it in your journal. In fact, you can also insert screenshots that you take in your journal. Like there's a folder in your data file. I forgot the path, but anyway, where you have book art, there we go, data file, book art, Spank, and if you put screenshots in there, you can select them and put them in your journal, which is mwah. I love it. A long time ago, the mod came out in 2 years ago. So 2 years ago when it came out and I was testing this for Svang, I did a run where essentially I had all the journal entries. No, they were not removed. There is that DIY journal that completely removes the entries. I think I had it. It's an old mod. It's not going to be there. There's an old mod on the Morrowind modding history. I think it's DIY journal that removes all the journal entries. Vanilla quest, obviously. And so they're gone. You do read the dialogue and it says journal updated, but when you open your journal, there's nothing. But you can write it yourself, or you can just edit and you can change the tone and you can add remarks that your character makes. So you spend a lot of time typing, which for me took forever, but simply you get to tell your story, or you get to tell your character's story with your character's voice, which I think is absolutely amazing. But for permadeath, it doesn't really make sense, because for me that's something that takes a lot of time to make. So there you have it. It might be a little too lusty for Twitch though, possibly. There are a few cases where information is in the journal that isn't actually in the dialogue. That is very true. But hey, the DIY... I make a search, DIY, particle, that's the one. That's the one. I mean, the mod was easy to make. Basically, it deleted every entry for every quest, every index of every quest. Oh, it doesn't even say. Oh, that's a bummer. Ah, okay. That. So it still says, I remember properly. So yeah, that's a cool way to play the game if you want to try something completely different. And I believe, guys, oh my gosh, 10:30. I am hungry and tired. And I think Aurel might be getting hungry as well. So let's take a quick look and see who is currently doing what. Zarek is doing Elder Scrolls Online. Charmed is doing Skyrim. Let's see if there's somebody doing Morrowind, because I promised you some Morrowind and we didn't. We looked at mods. That's just crazy. That's not how one plays Morrowind. Oh, brilliant. Lelling is playing Morrowind. Let's do that. And I think he's doing the Tribunal quest now. I did that right. Guys, thank you so much for spending time with me, looking at mods and talking about mods, even though we didn't play any Morrowind. I really appreciate that you stayed, I guess. I will see you next week on Thursday for GU. Might do a stream in French at some point. I'm not sure how relevant that is to you guys, but it's there. It will happen. Until then, enjoy what's left of your Sunday, and I will see you next week. Let's go say hello to Lelling. Bye, guys.